and it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm, new paradigm. United and free. United and free. United and free.
why I thought motion.
Call the motion.
I did.
Okay.
No, I mean, the one that I struck.
Oh. We'll handle whatever motion we need to. Haven't seen General Moyle or General Long yet today.
There's more that we're going to judge.
A couple things we need to go over. Parts of us when we get here. General, could you approach briefly, please, with the Defense Council? You're on a project. I'll let you have just a second. objection, General Long?
I can just, if I can.
You're so.
So, the rest of it here all day, but every party's ready looking at. Mr. Chen's in the courtroom. You can bring the jurors in whenever they're ready.
I have, Your Honor, I have, matters to address the court.
Okay. Yes, sir.
My name is Chen, and to call Dr. Cogswell next, the medical examiner. There's four things I'd like to bring to the court's attention or get clarification on. First, I would like to avoid any, these pictures are, as the court is going to bring about a motion. So anyone that's in the alley that can't hold their composure, we would ask that they be excused.
Okay.
Secondly, we know the nature of these photos. The court has seen these photos. I understand that the state has to prove its case, and they need to have the pictures to be able to show them. I ask that there be no excessive dogma. If once they've made their point, once they carried on, there's no reason to leave it on the screen after the questions have been asked, after the witness has been excused. There's no reason to have these photos exhibited to the jury for longer than necessary.
Well, if I understand the number of pictures, they're going to be about the same number we talked about in our pretrial motion. They'll be pretty much rapid, I don't say rapid succession, but in succession. I don't see any dawdling, as far as on the state's part. But if for whatever whatever reason you think that's the case, feel free to approach and talk about it then, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So what I'll say is that your motion is for the state to put the picture on, remove it, and then discuss the relevance of the picture with Dr. Cogswell.
I'm not asking that.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna hamstring the state as far as the time they want. And the jurors, they need to listen to what's being said and then look back at the photo for their own education.
And I'm not asking to impose on the state's right to do that. I'm just asking for it not to be excessive. Third, based on pretrial hearings, I know that this has been discussed in this court. We are under the impression that Dr. Cogswell will testify to opinions not contained in this report. We're moving at this time that the state or be excluded from asking Dr. Cogswell any opinions that are not contained in this report.
So what specific opinions are you thinking when you ask?
The state has made it clear that they believe that Jasmine Pace was bound and shackled prior to death. And that statement is not contained in Dr. Cogswell's report at all. It does, the only thing that is relevant to that is Dr. Cogswell's report says that her, Jasmine Pace's body was in the fetal position, but never said while shackled. In fact, we would argue that the proof displayed or wouldn't show that anyway, so it could have been addressed on cross-examination, but it's fundamentally unfair to the defense to provide us a report from the medical examiner and then have him come up here and surprise us by ambush with opinions not contained in his original report and no further sub.
We discussed this in December though, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's all right. Well, I think the the time frame is certainly not equivalent to a trial by ambush. I think that if I'm guessing here, if the testimony is going to be that there's chafing around where the cuffs were to show that she was alive, or there's blood that was coming from her wrists, meaning she was alive when she was shackled, I don't think that's so far outside the realm of what the defense was expecting to preclude the state from going down that direction. If there's something specific about time, or it gets a little further afield to that, then you can renew your motion. But is the state planning on offering anything specific beyond that type of testimony?
Your Honor, the state intends to ask Dr. Cogswell his opinion regarding the condition of Jasmine Pace's body. As an expert, he's allowed to examine other items of evidence that we have in this case and other opinions that are within the scope of his field of expertise, which we tender him as a forensic pathologist. So I would submit to the court that this motion is untimely. I understand counsel is attempting to, in essence, choke off the prosecution's case. I think that if there is something that he finds objectionable, he can raise that objection at that time, and the state can make a specific argument. But it's difficult for me to comprehend what the defense is actually trying to exclude. So I don't really know how to respond to the defense motion.
If I understood it, Mr. Weiss is objecting to Dr. Cogswell testifying about an opinion whether or not Ms. Jasmine was shackled while she was still alive.
I think if he can render an opinion, he can. I don't know that he will. But candidly, Judge, if that is his expert opinion, I think he can apply an answer to that.
Well, again, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So this narrow field of expertise, I guess, regarding whether or not the victim was alive when she was shackled seems to fall within the general realm of his expertise. We talked about it in December. We talked about it in December. I'm sure people were aware of it before our hearing date. And again, I don't think that's so far outside the realm of what a medical examiner can be expected to testify to as to exclude. So at this point, Mr. Weiss, let the motion be overruled. Feel free to renew it if it gets too much further afield than what we talked about today.
Yes, sir. And then the last thing is just a clarification regarding the demonstrative exhibit.
Yes, earlier, we had the hearing on whether or not your expert could testify. While there was no 12.2 violation to be found with the defense filing it on the Friday afternoon, we did put the state in a position where, that's described a lot in the commission notes, or where the state could be unfairly surprised. I don't think that you filing the motion on Friday necessarily is, ran up or crossed a deadline. However, since council represented that the primary reason he wants expert was in response to the state getting admitted that demonstrative exhibit where the picture of the victim's body in the fetal position was overlaid on a large blood spot on the carpet or in the defendant's apartment. I ruled the workaround would be that the state could not use that picture, and then that obviated the necessity of a large part of the defense's reason that they wanted the expert in. So that demonstrative exhibit cannot come in.
Thank you, sir.
And, Your Honor, the state has removed that demonstrative exhibit from its evidence it intends to introduce. I've submitted to council the photographs the state intends to introduce, but I can think that Dr. Cogwell, within the scope of his expertise, can opine that the blood pattern on the physical evidence that we have here in front of us was created by Jasmine Pace's body.
He certainly can, and if the state wants to I'm sorry, yes, Mr. White.
Oh, the defense, that would be a proper, I'm not agreeing with it necessarily, but that wouldn't be an improper use by Dr. Hodgson, so we're not.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And I've also removed the composite of the x-rays as well, consistent with course order.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else before we bring the jurors in?
No, you're right, we're right.
Bring the jurors in when they're ready.
Your Honor, 1 second. Can we have 1 second? They've moved a trash can in front of the defendant and brought little napkins over here. If it applies to the gallery that there can be no outbursts, Mr. Chen also needs to keep himself composed during this testimony, or he can exit the courtroom as well.
Agreed, but just so this was for me.
Okay, well, the trash can was just moved closer to him.
That
You've already
is-
indicated that
that
he's
is-
feeling unwell. I'm just saying, that's prejudicial as well, Judge.
Well, everyone has to comport themselves with, maintain the quorum of this particular proceeding, so that includes counsel, defendants. However, this is going to be very graphic and personal testimony, the exhibits that are coming in, so everyone needs to maintain their composure. Per your request, Mr. Weiss, if there is anyone in the gallery that feels they cannot maintain their composure, this particular witness, it is best for you to go and leave right now. You know what's about to be displayed on the screen. So that admonition does extend to Mr. Chen, if he can. Of course, if for whatever reason, Mr. Weiss, you feel that we need a recess for him to compose himself, just let us know.
Yes, sir.
Anything else before we bring the jury in? Bring them. Sir.
Thank you.
go, Judge.
Please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Hope everyone's adjusting to their new surroundings, maybe get a little more sleep than the first couple of nights. Hope you're rested today. As always, got to start by asking, was everyone able to abide by the court's admonition to refrain from speaking about this case with anyone close to me and left nodding their heads? I was given a note asked from one of the jurors, will the jurors be permitted to ask the state or defense teams questions at any point throughout the trial? Answer is no, as we talked about in our preliminary jury instructions, while lawyers present evidence and will argue what that evidence means and how you should take it, the lawyer's statements themselves do not constitute evidence. So evidence is the only thing that you're going to be able to make the decision on. All right, General, our next witness.
Dr. Stephen Cogswell, Your Honor.
I solemnly swear from the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do. Good morning, sir. Would you please state your full name for the record and spell your last?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Stephen Cogswell. Last name is spelled Cogswell.
What is your profession, sir?
I'm a forensic pathologist and the medical examiner for Hamilton County.
What are the duties and responsibilities of the medical examiner for Hamilton County?
Each one of our 95 counties has an appointed medical examiner. That person's job is to investigate traumatic deaths and suspicious deaths and deaths that have no medical history. In other words, unknown sorts of death. We have a number of other duties that involve cremation approvals, etc., but those aren't really germane to this. In Tennessee, all forensic pathology autopsies or medical examiner autopsies must be done at one of the 5 regional forensic centers. And those 5 are located here in Chattanooga, Johnson City, Knoxville, Nashville, of course, and also Memphis. So every forensic autopsy in Tennessee gets done at one of those 5 places. And that is where your state's forensic pathologists are. Even though all 95 counties have a medical examiner, not all of the medical examiners are forensic pathologists. So our job is basically, excuse me, to investigate those deaths that have some sort of legal bearing and determine cause, manner, and circumstances of death.
Would that be a function that in other states might be called a coroner?
Yes, sir, it is. And in other states where I've worked, I was in fact an elected coroner.
Are there educational requirements to be a medical examiner?
Well, if we say forensic pathologist, because it sort of arose by any other name situation. Just as most of our medical examiners in Tennessee are not forensic pathologists, forensic pathologists are a relatively scarce breed. There's only about 400 of us in the whole country. And in order to become a forensic pathologist, you must first graduate from medical school and then do a residency program in pathology. Typically that's anatomic and clinical pathology, anatomic pathology being study of tissues. Whenever you go get a biopsy done and it's sent to the lab, that's anatomic pathology. The other major division is clinical pathology, and That would be fluids. So whenever you pee in a cup or get your blood drawn and get sent to the lab, that would be clinical pathology. Under the great pathology umbrella are multiple subspecialties: cardiac pathology, GYN pathology, etc. My subspecialty is forensic pathology, and we are primarily focused on unnatural and trauma deaths. And so forensic pathology, being a subspecialty, you cannot do a forensic pathology fellowship program until you have finished a pathology residency program. So we're talking medical school residency and then a fellowship to become a forensic pathologist. Hence why there's only about 400 of us in the country. In addition, there are obviously, as in every other field, board examinations that are done for each one of the general groups and the specialty or subspecialty groups.
You mentioned medical school. Where did you go to medical school?
At the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston.
What was your undergraduate degree?
My undergraduate degree was a biology degree from the Citadel.
Do you have any experience working in the field of forensic pathology other than the Hamilton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, sir. That's basically all I've ever done. So I'm closing in on 40 years of full-time forensic pathology.
Where did you work before?
I did my fellowship in Miami, Florida, at the medical examiner's office there, and then went on active duty with the Air Force and was assigned to the Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office until 1998. Their job is basically to act as the federal government's medical examiners, both military and State Department and other federal cases. From there, I went to Louisiana and was deputy coroner in Shreveport and coroner in Bossier City, which is right next door, just across the Red River. From there, I went to the central part of Florida, just above Orlando in the Ocala area. I was medical examiner there for 4 or 5 years, I believe, and then went to Lubbock, Texas. From Lubbock, the forensic pathology group there closed down, so I moved to Knoxville, and from Knoxville was asked to come here to Chattanooga and have been here since 2013.
Is one of the things that a forensic pathologist does perform autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury what an autopsy is.
An autopsy basically is an examination of a dead person, both external and internal, with an eye toward documenting natural disease, trauma, and ultimately coming up with a conclusion as to the cause of death and the manner of death, as well as the circumstances of death. An autopsy is only one part of a death investigation. And basically, it's generating the data to go into that investigation in order for the whole picture to become clear. So the autopsy in and of itself doesn't really tell you the whole story of the person's death. It also requires an investigation. We always say you can't do autopsies in a black box and come up with a good answer.
What type of other things would you want to look at besides just the autopsy as a forensic pathologist?
Well, we're basically doing the very same thing that your doctors do when you go to your doctor. We take a history and a physical. And our history is what is the history not only of the death, but what is this person's history. If we have a young, healthy person with no natural disease that is known, we don't expect them to die of natural disease, but there may be something hidden in there that we may find at autopsy. On the other hand, if we take an old, broke-down fat guy like me, we expect hypertension, diabetes, a lot of natural disease, and that has to weigh into the conclusion if we're looking at how much trauma is going to be associated with death. In a young, healthy, strong, strapping person, it's going to take a lot of trauma to kill them. In an elderly, frail person, it may take only a very little amount of trauma to cause their death. And so we not only look at the person as far as what their state of health was before they come in, just like when you go to your doctor's office and they say, what diseases do you have? And you check that whole box thing. We're pretty much doing the same thing. But we're also more concerned with the circumstances surrounding the death, just as you are when you go to the doctor's office and they say, well, why are you here? You know, I have this pain here, or whatever the reason is that you came here, they're going to investigate that more deeply. We do that as well. We rely to a large degree on law enforcement as an adjunct to the medical examiner investigators. We don't just have forensic pathologists, we also have trained medical examiner investigators who do the medical part of the death investigation, while law enforcement looks at the evidence and legal part of the death investigation. Ultimately, then, all of the medical information, the pathology information, gets collated with the law enforcement investigation to come up with a coherent picture.
In all, sir, how many autopsy examinations have you performed over the entirety of your career?
Honestly, I have lost count long ago. It is definitely somewhere north of 5,000, probably not quite 10,000. So I usually settle on a middle ground of around 7,000.
On those prior occasions where you have performed autopsy examinations, did they included stab and incised wounds?
Many times, yes, sir.
Would you be able to place a number on that?
I would say it's at least multiple dozens, perhaps as many as 100, maybe not quite that high, but certainly multiple dozens.
Have you received any sort of specialized training that assists you in conducting autopsy examinations?
Well, that's basically the bread and butter of forensic pathology. During the fellowship program, you're trained not only to do the actual physical part of an autopsy, but also to interpret the findings that you see during autopsy. And much of it is didactic training, other parts are hands-on, and other parts are basically experience combined with that training and, quite frankly, a lot of reading. But that really is what the whole Forensic Pathology Fellowship is. That's why it's a year-long program.
Are you a member of any professional organizations dedicated to the study of forensic science?
Yes, sir. The American Academy of Forensic Sciences is a multidisciplinary and, in fact, international, despite the American name, group of forensic scientists, not just pathologists, from around the world. There are subsections. I'm a member in the pathology biology section, but there's also sections for criminalistics and jurisprudence in which there are attorneys, even psychiatry. So we have a very broad range of people networking at these meetings, and in this in the group of probably 10,000 or so, perhaps more. I don't really know exactly the number of Academy members.
How long have you been a member of the Academy?
Really since residency, so that would be 1986 or 7.
So nearly 40 years.
Roughly, yes, sir.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in court?
Yes, sir, multiple times in multiple different venues.
How many times?
Probably over 100 at this point.
And you mentioned multiple venues.
Yes, sir.
What would those be?
Those would be state courts in each of the states in which I've worked, being actually South Carolina, where I did my residency training, as well as Florida, Tennessee, naturally, Texas, and Louisiana, as well as federal court and military courts martial.
On those prior occasions where you have given testimony in all of those various courts, have you always been called by the prosecution?
Not always.
In fact, sir, did you have an opportunity to testify as a defense expert fairly recently in Bradford County?
I did, yes, sir.
In a case where I was the prosecutor.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Sir, is there anything about your background that makes you particularly suited to conduct autopsy examinations in this particular case?
Well, again, this is part of the forensic pathology training. We not only look at cases of drug overdoses and natural deaths, but also the traumas associated with stab wounds, gunshot wounds, motor vehicle collisions, airplane crashes, house fires, etc. Basically, any of the kind of trauma that you would expect to see in a fairly busy jurisdiction, city, I would say. That's what forensic pathologists are trained to do, so it's part and parcel of our training. Some folks like to semi-specialize, sub-specialize, I suppose, in various areas of forensic pathology. We have some folks who are particularly interested in cardiac pathology. These would be the ones that when you have the sudden cardiac death of someone who's apparently healthy and simply drops dead. Others are more interested in the trauma pathology, and I happen to be one of those. I have a fairly extensive experience in plane crashes and automobile crashes, as well as sharp force and gunshot wound cases.
You mentioned jurisdictions keeping you busy. Does this jurisdiction keep you busy?
It does, yes, sir.
How many autopsies do you perform over the course of a typical week?
It varies widely. Generally speaking, since at this point I am the only medical examiner or forensic pathologist in Hamilton County, last year we did approximately 100 autopsies, and that's about our average, but it fluctuates from the high 70s to as many as 200 per year, not per week. That would be impossible.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Dr. Cogswell as an expert in forensic pathology.
Yes. Should the witness be recognized as an expert in forensic pathology?
Sir, as part of your duties and responsibilities as a forensic pathologist, do you sometimes get called to locations to assist in an investigation of the death?
Yes, sir.
Were you working on December the 1st of 2022?
I was.
On that day, did you have an occasion to respond to a location in reference to an item that had been found?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where you went, sir?
To Suck Creek Road.
Where is Suck Creek Road for the jury?
It's borders the Tennessee River and is a bit north and west of down to where we are right now in downtown Chattanooga.
Is that in Hamilton County?
It is.
What did you see when you got there?
Obviously, there were quite a few law enforcement vehicles, and off to the side of the road, adjacent to the river, was a hard-shell suitcase that was laying in the brushwood area just off the shoulder of the road. Near that area were actually a couple of deer carcasses that had been tossed out there after butchering. But in particular, this suitcase was basically the kind that you would take on a relatively extended trip. Large suitcase, on wheels, handle, etc. After all of the documentation, photographic and location issues were resolved by the police department so that they could place it exactly, then the question came up, well, what is in the suitcase? And at that point, the cover of the suitcase, the lid was opened. Inside was a black plastic trash bag. And so using basically just hands, I could feel along the contents of the bag and say, yes, this is not animal or something, this is a human being inside there. At which point then the suitcase was closed back up, it was transported to the medical examiner's office, and at that point then we'll further examine not just the suitcase but also the contents.
Sir, I'm removing from this box item 173, exhibit 173 to the trial. You recognize this, sir?
Yes, sir, this is the suitcase that was brought to the medical examiner's office.
Is this the same suitcase that you observed along Suck Creek Road adjacent to the Tennessee River?
Yes, sir, it appears to be.
So you take this item with what you felt as human remains inside a garbage bag back to your office. What did you do when you returned to your office?
At that point, before we do anything else, then we're going to start doing photographs and x-rays, because we're going to document everything we're doing as we're doing it in a stepwise fashion, because we don't want to lose evidence. So in x-raying, we basically just laid the suitcase on top of the x-ray plates and x-rayed through the suitcase. And looking at those x-rays, it was evident that there is a deceased person inside, basically in a fetal position, that is drawn with the knees drawn up and the arms crossed across the chest, and fitted into the suitcase. In addition, along with all of the hardware in the suitcase that shows up on x-ray, there's also a triangular metallic density piece that showed up in the area of the chest. And it's something that obviously didn't belong to the suitcase, because there's a very regular arrangement of support bars, rivets, etc., that is fairly symmetrical. So after the x-raying was done, then the body was lifted out of the suitcase, and again, it was in black plastic trash bags. And at that point, then the suitcase is laid off to the side. That's no longer of medical examiner interest, that's law enforcement interest. And then I proceeded to cut each of the black plastic trash bags along one side and along the bottom, and remove each of those in turn. Turns out there were 3. And as happens to be fairly common, at least in the bodies that I've done, in cases in which I've autopsied, where people have been disposed of in trash bags, it seems like the interior bag is always pulled up from the feet toward the head, and then there's another one down from the head toward the feet, and then there may be a third one, again, feet toward the head. In this case, turns out it was exactly that same way. I guess that's just how humans think. But, so each of those bags is cut off, removed, and that reveals the body of a young woman who is in a fetal position, has no clothing on the top half of her body, and is shackled and handcuffed. Obviously, there's a lot of blood involved in this, and multiple stab wounds and size wounds. And if I may go on a slight tangent here, when we talk in forensic pathology about stab wounds and size wounds, those are 2 different things to us. A stab wound is deeper than it is long, and an incised wound is longer than it is deep. An incised wound is basically a cut. And that tells us 2 different things. You know, we're not dealing with just a sharp, pointy object, but we're dealing with a sharp, pointy object that has an edge. On the other hand, if you just have an object with an edge, like say, for example, a piece of sheet metal, that can cut you very deeply, but it's not really gonna stab you unless it's pointy. So that's the distinction that we talk about. So when you hear me go on automatically about stab versus incise, that's what I'm talking about. Incise is a cut.
Thank you, sir. And you described the process that you went through when you returned to the lab. Do you document those observations and your activities and findings in any kind of a document?
Yes, sir. Every autopsy case, of course, has to have an autopsy report. And that report basically is an objective finding or series of findings describing what I saw. Some people tend to put in interpretations into their autopsy report. I was trained that the autopsy report is purely an objective thing. I saw this. And we leave what it means to later. In addition, we're going to take photographs because photographs are the best way to document things. We all know that. Picture's worth 1,000 words. So we have photographs documenting not only body position and clothing and personal effects, everything on the body, but also the wounds. And we'll photograph them, as we say, dirty, that is, without cleaning the wound. And then clean so that we can actually see the characteristics, contours, and details of the wounds themselves. Some of the things that we look for in wounds of any kind is this wound an antemortem, perimortem, or postmortem wound? And by that I mean antemortem is guaranteed before death. And what we'll see in those wounds is there will be bleeding into the surrounding fat and soft tissue. Because we all know that. We've all cut ourselves, and we bleed. And there's bleeding into the surrounding soft tissue, as well as out, leaking out of your body. Perimortem, well, let me skip to postmortem. Postmortem wounds occur after death. There is no blood pressure. If there's no blood pressure, you don't bleed. It's pretty simple. So those will not have bleeding into the surrounding fat and soft tissue. A perimortem wound, peri means around. So we have antemortem, perimortem around the time of death, and postmortem after death. Perimortem wounds can have some characteristics of an antemortem wound, but they're not definitively antemortem. And so for those, we say, yes, it occurred at or around the time of death, but not definitively before death. Because when your heart stops beating, you don't stop. Your blood pressure doesn't drop to zero everywhere because you have all these little capillaries everywhere. So you can still leak into your wounds a little bit around the time of death. This is complicated in stab wounds, particularly those where the cause of death, as it is in all sharp force injuries, is hemorrhage, or I should say the mechanism of death. Basically, all stab wounds, unless they actually hit your brain or central nervous system, cause death by making you bleed to death. That's the mechanism. So we look at, all right, what is the blood volume in your average person of this size? And it goes by size. So in a person who is the size of Jasmine Pace, just under 100 pounds, her blood volume is approximately 4 liters or 4 quarts of blood, so a gallon of blood. Now, if you lose about 20 to 30% of your blood volume, that is sufficient to make you unconscious. Anything above 30% is sufficient to actually cause death. So when we look at someone who has 4 quarts of blood, if we lose 1.5 quarts, that's sufficient to cause death. So there should still be some blood left inside the body, but it's going to be spread around in the body and the capillaries. The blood that's in the big toe is going to remain in the big toe. So what we're actually looking at is, where is that 1.5 quarts of blood? And when I'm teaching classes on sharp force injuries, look for the blood, because a quart and a half of blood goes a long way, and I use the analogy, everyone has painted a wall sometime in their life. That's a gallon of blood, that's 4 quarts. You can paint a room with a gallon of blood. So if you see a spot of blood this big, and someone is dead, there's more blood somewhere else. Maybe it's inside the body, but maybe it's also at another scene. So that's why we say, look for the blood, because until you have found all that blood, you don't really know where the bleeding occurred.
Sir, did you prepare an autopsy report of your examination of the body that you found in the suitcase?
I did.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 202. You had an opportunity to review this document.
Yes, sir. This is a copy of my autopsy report on Jasmine Pace.
And is that something that is prepared and kept in the regular course of your activities as the medical examiner for Hamilton County?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence Exhibit 202, the autopsy report.
So then,
And sir, specifically this autopsy report, who is the person that was examined?
Jasmine Nicole Pace.
Thank you, sir. You also mentioned, as you were testifying a little while ago, that you took x-rays of the suitcase.
Yes, sir.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as a collective exhibit 1 to 4, number 203. Would you take a look at those?
Yes, sir. These are copies of the x-rays that were taken at the medical examiner's office.
At the time of Jasmine Pace's autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 203, 1 through 4 as a collective exhibit.
so then,
And finally, sir, you mentioned the taking of photographs as part of the autopsy examination. Would you mind taking a look at this collective exhibit, number 1 to 27?
These are some of the photographs that were taken at the time of Jasmine Pace's autopsy at the medical examiner's office.
Do they fairly and accurately reflect what you observed during your autopsy examination of Jasmine Pace?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 204, collective 1 to 27.
So admitted.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, there's a couple of terms throughout your autopsy report that I think would be helpful. You've already explained a stab versus an incised wound. What does superficial mean?
Superficial means that it does not go very deep into the body. It stays on the surface. And these are injuries that basically, for the most part, we would just stick a Band-Aid on it and move along. Some of them may verge, of course, in the continuum from superficial to shallow, and then shallow may require some stitches, or deep. And the deep wounds would, of course, require actual repair, surgical repair or surgical intervention of some sort. So just as we divide stab wound or sharp force wounds into stabs and incised, we also have superficial, shallow, and deep wounds.
So a superficial incised would be a wide but very shallow cut.
Right. Well, more specifically, a long but very shallow cut.
Long but shallow.
Yes.
What about penetrating?
A penetrating wound is simply one that goes into the body. Again, we have our own verbiage and jargon. Penetrating wounds go into the body, but they don't come out. Perforating wounds come into the body, go through the body, and come out. So sometimes those are called, particularly in gunshot wound cases, they're called through and through. But that's not really a term that we like to use because it doesn't really tell you. So penetrating goes in, and perforating goes in, through, and out.
Is there a particular way that when you are describing injuries on the body that you can differentiate between right, left, up, down on the victim's body? Like how would you orient a person that you're conducting an autopsy examination on?
Every description that we do starts in a standardized fashion. That way, any forensic pathologist in the world, really, can look at my autopsy report and know what I'm talking about. So we have everything done according to what we call standard anatomic position. And that is standing upright, arms down to your sides, palms toward the front. Now, most people don't stand like this, but the reason we do that is because no bones are crossed. If we have our palms toward the back, we're actually crossing the forearm bones. That's the only reason that it's done like that. But everything is done in reference or described in reference to standard anatomic position. So when I say the wound is on the right, that means it's the decedent's right, not my right. Occasionally gets a little dyslexic confusion when you're looking at somebody, but that's what we mean when we say right versus left. We mean the body's right versus left.
Thank you, sir. And with that, did you take those x-rays that you made into evidence as Exhibit 203 before or after the body was removed from the suitcase?
Before.
I'm displaying on the screen behind you, and there's a laser pointer. This is 203-1. Could you please tell the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Well, we can see the outline of the rim of the suitcase. Here are the zippers here. Part of a handle mechanism here, one of the latches. This is a bracing rod in the shell of the suitcase. This area here is the logo on the top or the lid of the suitcase. And here you can see this is obviously a human skeleton in here. in the fetal position, this is an arm, thank you. This is the arm, here's the spine coming down here, the ribs we can see here, and here is the triangular metallic object that doesn't belong there. It's not part of the suitcase. We see another arm here, and a couple of the rivets and screws, etc., that go up to making up the suitcase itself.
And sir, you mentioned the metallic logo that is the rectangular object, it looks like in the middle portion of the skull. Would you mind pointing it out on exhibit 173?
That is actually this logo here inset into the lid of the suitcase.
So Jasmine Pace's body was oriented head up if the suitcase was on its wheels.
Correct. In the position the suitcase is right now, her body is with the head upward, facing toward the courtroom.
Thank you. Sir, I'm now showing you 203-2. Could you orient us to this photograph?
This photo is moving over a little bit to, if I can point to the suitcase, to this area here that we're x-raying. And again, we see another one of these reinforcing ribs, a few more rivets, etc., etc., a zipper pull on the inside. And here we have a knee. You can see the kneecap here and the lower leg, the shin and the fibula that goes along with it. This is the thigh bone. Here you see a hand, or the bones of a hand, and you can see the top of the skull as well here.
Thank you, sir. Now 203-3.
And we're moving downward on the suitcase in basically counterclockwise fashion to this area down toward the wheel on the side closest to the courtroom. And we see again that reinforcing rib, zippers, rivets, etc. But we also see handcuffs and shackles, as well as another metallic device here, which is actually a bracelet. But you can see on this one, there is a chain that extends here, and there is no chain coming off of this particular one. And we're down here to feet. These are the foot bones, feet and ankle bones down here. So we have forearm here, the two forearm bones, and arm and forearm bones here. And so we're down here. This is her buttocks.
203-4, sir.
And we're moving over, obviously, to the last part, which is down here. And again, we have all the accoutrements or the hardware of the suitcase. We see a bit of pelvis bone here, the lumbar spine here. Again, one of those shackles that we saw in the previous x-ray. And so we have basically, by going counterclockwise, we have a complete picture of a small individual. At this point, we didn't know male or female because still inside the suitcase, still inside those black plastic bags.
Now turning to your autopsy examination report, specifically the second page, you provide a description of the decedent in the fetal position inside the suitcase with 3 bags, and the victim was then removed from those bags. Was the removal process documented?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now showing you what's been previously admitted into evidence as Exhibit 181-1. You recognize the individual on the right?
Yes, sir, that would be me. And here is actually the body of Jasmine Pace still inside the trash bags. I'm cutting, as I said, along one side and along the closed end so that the bags can be sequentially lifted off and removed from her body.
showing you 181.2, is that a continuation of this process?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 181.3.
And here we are actually getting to the inner trash bag. And now we actually can see, obviously, a hand, right hand, handcuffs, and this is an ankle and foot.
Thank you, sir. Going now to another portion of your autopsy report. Is it broken down into various sections?
It is. Typically, what we'll do in order to make it more readable is, at the very beginning, we have a brief outline that says what injuries were found. And then we go into an injury section where we separate the injuries. Sometimes we do this by body locations, such as head and neck, and then another paragraph for torso injuries, and then another for extremity injuries. In other cases, like particularly for gunshot wounds, we'll take one gunshot wound and we'll say gunshot wound A enters here, goes through this body cavity, does this damage, exits here, and then move on to gunshot wound B. But we try to keep everything sort of in a logical, readable progression. And in a traumatic death, the injuries are the most important part of this autopsy. So that section comes first, right after the outline. And then we go to the normal, if you will, dissection part of the individual organ weights and what they looked like and were they healthy or not healthy. And then at the very end, we'll get to what specimens were taken and what findings we got from that.
So in this case, you indicated that the handcuff and shackles were part of the general evidence of injury.
That's correct.
Were there photographs taken of the shackles and handcuffs, sir?
There were, yes, sir.
Showing you and the jury 204.1. What are we looking at here?
These are the handcuffs. And you can see this is Jasmine Pace's right wrist and left ankle. And these are handcuffed together. And you can see these are not law enforcement handcuffs. These are what you buy at Spencer's or something like this. This is not heavy duty at all. And in fact, they have actually started to rust. In addition, you can see over here, we have a better photo of it later, the shackle that is actually connected or was connected to this shackle over here on the other ankle and the area of the right elbow or right forearm and elbow.
Now, sir, what's the significance of the white item that somebody is holding towards the bottom of this photograph?
This is our case number and ruler. Because we're interested in documenting everything, all of our photos, almost without exception, are going to have a scale of measure in them, and the 6-inch gray plastic ruler is a standard throughout the profession. And we're also going to put our case number on it. Now, we have a case number system or a database system that automatically assigns case numbers. We get a call for a death, we assign a case number to it. It generates it based on the year, which is 2022, the month, which is December, and the date, the 1st. And then the following 3 numbers are randomly generated, so the 666 just happens to be generated that way. So all of our photos, except for very, very close-up photos, will have the scale and the case number in them.
Thank you, sir. Now, 204-2, what are these items?
These are the handcuffs that you just saw a picture of on her body. And again, you can see that these are not the typical law enforcement handcuffs. In fact, there's a little lever on each side that can be used to release them. So these, again, are something that would be novelty items as opposed to anything that was used for serious purposes.
Sir, I'm handing you what's being marked for identification. That's 205. You recognize this?
The labeling on this bag is not is not medical examiner, it's law enforcement labeling, but I do recognize the description of that.
Would opening it help familiarize yourself with the contents?
Certainly, we can do that.
Thomas, well, it's right there next to him, if he needs it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This internal clear plastic bag has the label from the medical examiner's office with the description handcuffs Jasmine Pace, along with our label and the seal, etc. Would you like me to actually remove the handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
They are still wrapped in the surgical towel that came from the medical examiner's office.
Do we see that towel in 2042?
Yes, sir. That's actually what those are lying on. You can see the edge of the towel up here. And again, these are not the typical law enforcement handcuffs. They're simply cheap steel, chrome-plated.
Thank you. And those are the same cuffs that we saw on the screen.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
The same cuffs that we can see here. Appears to be right hand, right foot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. There's another item up there, 206, sir, if you wouldn't mind going through the same process with it.
2 minutes.
Your Honor, I'll move to admit into evidence 205.
So moved.
And within this paper bag, we have again a clear plastic bag with the medical examiner's office label marked as Shackles Jasmine Pace. And these would be those that were, or the shackles that were removed from her body at the time of autopsy.
What's the difference between handcuffs and shackles, sir?
Handcuffs would have a short chain on them, and shackles would have a longer chain. Basically, the intent is to allow you to walk with shackles. So we obviously can't handcuff someone's ankles together, they can't walk. But by the same token, if you shackle someone's wrists together, that gives them a fair amount of space. So the chain length would be basically the big distinction. There's obviously many different models, types of shackles, but these, like the handcuffs, are not the typical heavy-duty law enforcement type. They're, again, the sort of novelty type of cheap chrome-plated steel, and you can see that it's basically almost a lamp chain as opposed to a heavy-duty chain. And these would fit together like that. So the chain length isn't very long, and these, both of these have still some blood and rust on them.
So, sir, I'm now showing you 204.3 are the shackles that you just held up to the jury, the same ones depicted in 204-3.
Yes, sir.
Where were the shackles affixed to Jasmine Pace's arm?
In the case of the shackles, it was not to the left arm, but it was to the right elbow, or the forearm just below the elbow. So her left hand and arm were actually free. They were not bound.
I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as 204-19. Could you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is Jasmine Pace's right elbow area. You can see this would be the tattoo on her shoulder. This is her actual elbow here. And you can see two lines of rust, basically, along with the pattern of that chain, again, with a rust pattern showing where the shackle was. And in fact, you can see, I think, where the double part of the shackle is over here, right at the inside crook of the elbow.
Sir, what is the substance darker in color that's adjacent to the measuring device that you have held up to the elbow?
This right
Yes, sir.
here is blood that has dried. The lighter, more yellowish is rust. Now, some of this is rust and blood mixed because, again, her body is wet, and so the blood tends to creep everywhere by capillary action. So basically, the entire outside of her body has a thin layer of blood on it. And blood being very oxidizing, I guess is the best way of putting it, does prompt rust. So it's not surprising then that these handcuffs rusted in a wet environment being exposed to blood.
Thank you, sir. Going on to the external examination of Miss Jasmine Pace. 62 inches is what in feet?
5 feet 2 inches.
98 pounds, obviously, is just measurement of weight. How would you describe Miss Jasmine Pace's build?
She's a small, fairly thin young female.
You also describe down here genitalia atraumatic with a menstrual pad in place. What's that mean, sir?
The external genitalia, that would be obviously the labia minora, majora, etc. Atraumatic means there's no trauma visible. So there's no damage, there's no lacerations, abrasions, etc. There is, of course, blood because there's a menstrual pad in place. So rather than a tampon, she's actually wearing a pad.
Was that item collected,
It was, yes, sir.
turned over to the police department?
Yes, sir.
From any of it's been marked for identification as 207. Please tell us what item 207 is. You don't have to fully remove it, just you recognize the item.
I do. This is the gray underwear that Jasmine Pace was wearing at the time of autopsy, and in it is the menstrual pad that's adherent to the crotch of the panties.
Your Honor, I would move to admit it to evidence 207 and 206.
So then,
During your autopsy examination, were you able to determine whether Ms. Pace was on her menstrual cycle?
She was, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned in your autopsy report on page 2 that the injury locations are consistent with the decedent's fetal body position as found. I'm going to show you now 204-4. Is this the condition and positioning of Ms. Pace after the final interior garbage bag, I think it's garbage bag number 3, was removed from her body?
Well, it's actually opened. She's lying on it, so it hasn't quite been removed. At this point, because she's not even 100 pounds, just picked her up, moved her off to the side so that we wouldn't disturb any of the garbage bags. So just physically lifted her. But this is her position, and you can see from the x-rays that this position is documented by the x-rays that we took of her still in that suitcase. But this is obviously a fetal body position, basically knees drawn up, arms drawn up, and in as small a size as possible.
Now showing you 204-5. What does this photograph depict, sir?
This is after she's actually been removed from the plastic bags and is laid on the autopsy table itself before removing her clothing, the handcuff shackles, etc. Here you can see the position that she's in, where her right arm, you can see just the edge of the shackle around her elbow area. Her right arm and wrist is tucked between her knees, crossed at the ankles, and her left arm is basically free.
So when you wrote down that I want to make sure I don't misquote you, the injury locations are consistent with the decedent's fetal body positioning as found, I don't see any stab wounds up there. Can you explain that?
Well, this is actually showing, as you can see, this is the left side of Jasmine Pace's body. The stab wounds are virtually all on the other side of her body. And when we look at the other side of her body, in this position, basically we just roll her over, all of those stab wounds and incised wounds are clustered in the area of her head, neck, shoulder, and upper torso. They're just all on the other side of the body. So this side of the body, as you can see, basically has no injuries.
So when you say consistent with the fetal body position, what do you mean?
Well, if we have, in a fetal position, by tucking our legs up and getting ourselves into as small a ball as possible, some areas of our body are protected, relatively speaking, others are exposed. And if you have your knees drawn up, obviously she's not quite as tightly compacted as she was inside that suitcase. If you have your knees drawn up, you're basically protecting your abdomen and the lower part of your chest. If you have your arms crossed, again, you're protecting your chest. But what you're doing is exposing your shoulders and your back. And so the stab wounds clustered on the other side of her body are all in that area that is exposed if she's in that position. And they're all pretty much about from the area of where your rib cage comes together at your solar plexus up. In fact, there's very little that's even below the level of, say, the armpit. So this is all from head, neck, shoulder, upper chest, well, upper back, really, and virtually nothing below that except for that free left arm. Because that free left arm, if we roll her over, that free left arm is up here. The right arm is way down here, as you can see, tucked in between the legs, and there's no injury down there on the legs. So that's protected. It's out of the way. The left arm, however, is not. It's free and it's folded up across the chest.
Sir, you mentioned earlier that part of your job as a forensic pathologist when conducting an autopsy report is to look not only at the physical examination of the decedent, but also other evidence.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity in this case to look at other items of evidence?
I have, yes, sir.
Is one of them a photograph of a blood stain?
It is.
I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as 127-4. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is there any medical significance to the stain that we see in item 127 to the physical evidence that we have as 173? Oh no, I'm sorry, not 173. 158. Carpet.
When I first saw this photograph, it immediately struck me, and I think I actually blurted out, that looks like a Shroud of Turin. And what I saw here was basically a recreation of the bloodstain pattern, or a bloodstain pattern that I would expect to see if someone is bleeding in that fetal position that we saw. Because we have the feet and legs down here with the knees drawn up, arm down here, other arm here, head here. Now, obviously it's not exact because it's being absorbed and spread a little bit, but the shape is very, very consistent with not only the positioning of Jasmine Pace's body, but also the size of her body. And so if we look at the size of her body, the positioning of her body, and look at the stain, they overlay fairly well, actually very well. Now, can I say that's absolutely her blood? No, I don't know what testing was done to match that to her. But the stain is extremely consistent with her body as found.
Based upon your anatomical observations of her size and shape?
Yes, sir. Because the dimensions of her from her head down to her buttocks and from her back to her knees and feet, etc., that matches this very well. And as you can see, we have scales of measure on this piece of evidence, which was done by law enforcement, as well as the scales of measure that we have at autopsy. So it's very easy to match sizes because we have a scale of measure in both different photographs.
So, sir, you mentioned both different photographs. I'm now displaying 204 and 127-4. You mentioned no measurements. Do you see no measurements on the left 204-4?
Yes, sir. In fact, we have two of our rulers in this photograph. So if you were to basically flip Jasmine Pace's body over, rotating it on her feet, and just flip it over, she would fit into this stain very nicely.
So, sir, in your expert opinion, Exhibit 158, where's Jasmine Pace's head?
On this actual exhibit,
Yes, sir.
her head is,
You're still free to stand up if you want a better view.
if we look here at this area, that's this area right here, and that's where her head is going to be. Her head and shoulders are right in this area.
You mentioned legs and buttocks.
And similarly, this is going to be her back with her knees drawn up. There's a foot, knee, and arm.
Specifically, which arm?
That's most likely going to be her left arm.
And why would you say most likely be her left arm?
Well, that's the arm that not only has the injuries, but it's also the arm that is lying, or is, excuse me, I said left arm, I meant right arm. That's the arm that's got the injuries. The left hand and wrist has injuries. The right shoulder has injuries. So this would be most consistent with the left wrist area. I believe I said that correctly without confusing myself.
Thank you. During your external examination of Ms. Pace's body at autopsy, were there signs of obvious injuries?
There were.
Let's start with the head and neck. Do you, in your autopsy report, work from head down?
Yes, sir.
First injury you document, sir, on page 2 of your autopsy report is a 1.5 inch, slightly curvilinear stab incised wound at the vertex of the scalp. What would a curvilinear stab and incised wound look like?
Well, we have our stab incised wound, and obviously since we have stabs and we have incised wounds, there's got to be sort of a middle ground where it's kind of stabbing and cutting as well. And so that is a stab incised wound. Curvilinear means it's not absolutely straight, but it's curved. And it's not irregular, it's linear. So we have a curved but linear wound that is a combination of a stab and incised wound, and the measurements all refer to the length of that wound. And the vertex scalp is the top of the head. It's at the vertex, the most vertical part of the body. So at the top of the head, we have this wound on the scalp.
I'm showing you now 204-6. Is that injury depicted here?
It is. If we look, here is her forehead, here's her nose. So just to orient you, so this is forward, and here's that wound. You can see that it's got stabbing characteristic here, and then it slices. So that's where you get the curvilinear stab in size. So the blade's going in, it doesn't penetrate the bone, it just goes down to the skull, and then it cuts backward.
Thank you, sir. The next injury you describe is a 1 3/4 inch stab incised wound on the right forehead above the eye. Sir, I'm going to show you 204-7. Would you mind pointing that out to the jury?
That would be this wound that we see here. And here, obviously, now we've got what we call clean pictures because we've removed this, washed away as much of the blood as we can. And now we can see the characteristics of the wound themselves. This is that wound that we're talking about. And you can see there's a blush of bleeding around these wounds. So again, these are wounds that have some blood pressure with them, but you also see the underlying fat here. Our fat is yellow. It looks like chicken fat, quite frankly. And so when we see yellow fat, that's indicative of not much bleeding going into that area. So the combination of that blush of blood and the yellow fat would mean this is more likely a perimortem wound.
And again, what's perimortem?
Perimortem is at or around the time of death. There's not full blood pressure at that time. So she's bled enough to drop her blood pressure down. She's in the dying process, but she's not yet dead.
Thank you, sir. The next injury you describe is a 1 1/8 inch stab incised wound to the left forehead. I'm now showing you 204-8. Could you please describe this injury to the jury?
Here is that injury. It basically cuts across the eyebrow and goes under the brow ridge itself into the eyeball itself. So that her eyeball is actually ruptured. So the wound track here is downward and backward.
Next injury is a 1/2 inch irregular stab wound. What is an irregular stab wound?
That's going to be one that isn't linear, doesn't have the usual characteristics of a straight stab wound. We've all cut up our food and prepared food. If you take your knife and you stab it into the roast beef, that's going to be a typical stab wound. If on the other hand you sort of wiggle the knife around as you're doing it, that's going to leave an irregular stab wound.
Now showing you 204-9. Please describe the injury to the jury.
The philtrum, by the way, is that ditch in the middle of your upper lip coming down from the nose. And here you can see it goes here, then curves, then goes down, and then curves. So this is a knife that is, it's a stab wound, but it's hitting bone and being deflected. So that's why you get this curvilinear thing. In addition, that skin is not uniformly smooth because you have the philtrum. So you have a peak and a valley and then another peak coming up, as well as the bottom edge of the nostril. So the contours of the face are very irregular and you're hitting bone, but not penetrating deeply into it. That's what makes it an irregular stab wound.
Thank you, sir. The next injury is a 3/8 inch stab wound to the chin, just left of midline. I'm showing you 204-10.
And this is that stab wound, and you can see it's very regular, very consistent, very smooth, very linear, but it's not very big, so it doesn't go very deep. But this also has that blush of hemorrhage around it.
And when you say hemorrhage, you just mean bleeding?
Bleeding, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, no.
Yeah, hemorrhage means bleeding.
Thank you, sir. Next, sir, you go on to describe a large number of stabs to the side of the head and neck. And for this, you may need your autopsy report to explain them. So here's Exhibit 202. Now showing you, sir, 204-11. Could you orient the jury to which side of Jasmine Pace are we looking at?
Obviously, this is the right side of her head, right here, eye, top of the shoulder down here. Here you see her left hand, which we'll get to momentarily. But you can see all of these individual stab wounds and stab incised wounds that are occupying the right side of her head and face. These don't go any deeper, basically, than what you see. They don't penetrate into the skull until we get down to neck wounds. Even this double stab wound in the ear here only goes to skull. So her brain is remaining intact. So there's no actual brain injury at this point. These are basically stabbing into muscle, soft tissue, etc.
And because it's not penetrating the skull, would any of these injuries be immediately fatal?
They wouldn't be immediately fatal, but obviously with this number of stab wounds, there's going to be a lot of bleeding coming from them because the head is a very vascular part of our body. And any one of us, particularly bald people who have bashed your head somewhere, know scalp wounds bleed. They bleed a lot. And facial wounds also bleed. So these are going to do quite a bit of bleeding. When we get down to these wounds in particular, these are significantly deeper. This one just behind the ear and at the lower edge of the jaw. They don't cut into large arteries or veins, but they do go deeper, and so they do cut through a lot more muscle.
Doctor, are these injuries that we see on the screen, 204-11, slashings?
Well, they're mostly stab wounds. Some have stab incise characteristics. That is, the blade comes in, and as it's coming out, it doesn't come straight out, but it cuts its way out and back. So instead of going straight in and out, it's in and then out at an angle. So you have more of an incised characteristic to, say, for example, this one. In this particular wound, this is a good example of where you have that little curved edge here, which would be the initial penetration, and then the cut coming out as the blade deflects, hitting skull, etc. So when you see this little fishtail,
when you say a fishtail, what are you talking about?
this little double peak thing that you see along here, we don't see it in every stab wound. What we're looking for is basically the contour of the knife, the cross section, if you will. We look for a blunt edge, that's going to be the spine of the blade or the back of the blade. In a single edge knife, a double edge knife, of course, will not have a blunt edge, but a thin single edge blade frequently doesn't show you a good blunt edge. The other thing we're going to look for are the fishtails, as you can see here and here. And that's because things are in motion. As the knife comes in, it creates one of those little fishtails, and then a little bit of motion as it's coming out creates the other fishtail. So you have one coming in, and then a little rotation, and one coming out. So that tells you the edged part of the blade, or the edge of the blade. Even if you don't have a good blunt edge to see, that tells you where your sharp edge is.
Sir, if Miss Jasmine Pace was in the fetal position at the time of the infliction of the injuries, are you able to tell anything about the, I guess, direction from which the penetration stab occurred?
Well, these are all going away from us, and with variable degrees of forward and backward or downward, for the most part downward. Some of these on the skull, they're shallow enough that it's hard to get a good directionality, but they are all coming from her right to her left, and for the most part a bit downward.
Next, sir, you describe a injury to the right side of the neck with a 1/4 inch stab wound with 1/8 inch anterior blunt edge. It penetrates completely through the neck before exiting and transecting the thyroid horn as well as the jugular. Sir, I'm showing you now what's been admitted into evidence is 204-12. Can you please tell us what we're looking at here?
Well, for orientation, here we have the top of the left shoulder. Obviously, this is the neck. Here's that stab wound on the chin that we saw before. This is actually one wound pathway. It comes in here and exits here. In the course of this, it actually cuts across the larynx or the voice box, and your larynx has two cartilage horns that stick up. Those are called the laryngeal horns. And they're about the size of a pencil lead. And the one on this side, the left side, is completely severed. In addition, the jugular vein, which sits right next to the carotid artery, is also transected. By transected, we mean cut in half. So it's completely divided. The blade actually goes through the top of the larynx and cuts through the epiglottis. The epiglottis is what closes off your airway so that you don't choke to death on food. So it's basically a thin flap of cartilage about the size of your thumbnail, and as you swallow, it flips down to close the larynx and the trachea so you don't get water into your lungs. So that is cutting right through there. The interesting thing is that it doesn't actually cut through carotid arteries, even though the carotid runs right next to the jugular. So it misses the carotid and it severs the jugular. The important thing to that is the jugular vein is a large volume of blood, but it's at low pressure. So you don't bleed as fast from a cut of the jugular vein. In movies and TV and books and stuff, they always talk about, oh, he cut his jugular vein and blood spurted out. No, blood doesn't spurt from a jugular vein or a vein cut, it flows out. Arteries are the ones that are under pressure, and that's where the blood spurts. In this case, the arteries were not damaged in the neck.
Now, doctor, can you tell, since it was a entrance on to our left, okay, on the screen, and exiting on the right side of the screen in 204-12, are we able to glean anything about the size of the knife?
The knife is going to have a relatively broad blade, but relatively thin. By a broad blade, I mean that from the spine to the cutting edge is going to be wider. So this is not your average steak knife or anything like that. It's what most people would call a butcher knife. Actually, it's a chef's knife. And it's the kind that when you're watching the cooking shows on TV, when they're rapidly chopping their onions, that's what they're using, is a chef's knife. And so those are going to have a fairly wide and fairly long blade. And the reason for that wide blade is to get the handle up off of the cutting board. That's the only real reason that it's that shape. The skinny blades are going to be more slicers. And if you're a knife nerd, then you know exactly what I'm talking about, but most people are not.
I showed you 204.13. What is this?
This is actually the exit side of that wound, and you can actually see through it to the autopsy table on the other side. Here is part of the larynx at the base of the tongue itself, the root of the membrane that holds the tongue. And you can see there's a couple of ragged areas here. So the blade is not a quick in-out, it's an in with some motion. Not necessarily twisting, but some relative motion. Not a lot, because as you can see, this is a pretty symmetrical wound coming out. But it's coming in from the right-hand side and coming out toward us.
Doctor, the injuries that we just saw on the screen, it bisected the larynx with the hole on both sides. Did that affect a person's ability to vocalize, talk?
You're above the vocal cords themselves. Those are buried down in the larynx. So you can actually make sounds, but because the sounds that you would make are not just made by your vocal cords, they're made also by the back of the throat and the tongue, but you now have that air escaping out of the sides. And so what used to be one pathway is now three. So in combination with that, we have bleeding, and a fair amount of bleeding. And so that blood pouring into that area is also going to affect the ability to vocalize, at least vocalize in anything intelligible other than just sounds, wheezing, gasping, bubbling, that sort of thing.
You also mentioned damage to the thumbnail-sized flap. I forget the term.
The epiglottis.
The epiglottis, that was damaged as well because of that wound?
Yes.
What would the end result of that be with blood beginning to come out of the jugular vein?
Well, you're not able now to close off your airway. So now the blood is flowing down in your airway from that jugular vein. Of course, it's also coming out of the neck on both sides, but it's flowing down into your airway as well, down your trachea into your lungs. So that's going to fill your lungs with blood. It's not to the point of, quote, drowning in your own blood, but you are inhaling blood and filling your lungs with blood.
Thank you, Doctor. The next injury you described is an injury to the left posterior neck with a 2.1-inch stab wound without an identifiable blunt edge. I'm now showing 204.14. Tell us what we're looking at here, Doctor.
This is the back of Jasmine Pace's head and neck. We're obviously just within the hairline here, so we're up at about this level. And you can see this is, again, a stab in size kind of a wound where you can see the layers of skin, fat, muscle, and you're almost down the skull. But there's a lot of muscle back here in the back of your neck. And so this does not actually go down to damage the skull. So this is basically as far to the left as the injuries get. And certainly given her position, and this being right across the back of the head and neck, it can easily be done from the right-hand side as well.
Are we able to tell anything from the coloration of the wound and the area skin around the wound that we see on the screen?
Yes, this is one of those that would be certainly a perimortem wound. You don't see any blush in the skin around it. The skin itself, the cut edge, shows almost no bleeding, a little bit up here. The underlying fat is still quite yellow. And the superficial layers here of the fibrous tissue have almost no bleeding in there. So this is definitely going to be a perimortem wound. It's possible that it's even post-mortem. But again, this is just a gradation. There's no rigid distinctions between them, because obviously when you're bleeding to death, you don't bleed to death all at once. It takes a little while.
Thank you, Doc. Next, sir, you begin to describe injuries to Jasmine Pace's torso. And you describe it as a cluster of stab wounds on the right upper back from the base of the neck to the level of the axilla. You then describe the individual injuries themselves. Showing you now 204-15. Could you please show the jury where those injuries are?
Well, we've already discussed the head injuries. We haven't yet discussed the arm injuries, so we're in this area right here. So from the base of the neck down to what's called the posterior axillary area. The axilla is your armpit, and you have two folds of skin, the anterior or the front and the posterior or the back. I mean, you can see that when you lift your arm up and look at yourself in the mirror. You've got basically two columns that define the front and back of your armpit. So this would be the posterior axillary area, and so we're looking at this cluster of stab wounds.
So, sir, the cluster of incised wounds on the upper back with a 1 1/4 inch horizontal stab with a discernible blunt edge at the web of the neck would be where?
We're in this area right here.
So that's the injury that you described there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, you describe a horizontal 3-inch incised wound and a similar horizontal 1 3/16" stab incised wound, which are above the scapula.
Yes, that would be this fairly large wound here. You can see it's still fairly regular, but it has some irregularity to its contours.
You then mention a pair of horizontal 7/8 and 9/16" wounds just below the spine of the scapula.
Those are these wounds here. When we talk about the spine of the scapula is your shoulder blade. And we're not talking about the spine of your back, but the shoulder blade is a sort of triangular shaped bone. And in its upper portion, it has a ridge of bone that goes sideways. That's what supports the back of your shoulder. Your shoulder is not actually connected to anything other than your scapula and your collarbone. So that ridge of bone that runs horizontally is called the spine of the scapula. So we're not talking about the spine of the body, but of that one bone. And that runs in this area along, well, right about here. And on some people, you can see it if they're thin enough. You can see that spine of the scapula. You can sometimes even make out the shape of the scapula itself. But that's what we're talking about.
And finally, sir, you describe an oblique 1 5/8" stab wound in the posterior axillary fold.
That would be back here.
So that wound right there.
Yes.
Sir, are you able to tell anything from the direction of the knife into Miss Jasmine Pace's body if Miss Pace was in the fetal position as found?
Well, the position that you're seeing here would be the wounds are all following the same basic directionality. They're all going from right to left, variable degrees of front to back and variable degrees of up and down, but not deviating very far. So there's not any that are going sharply downward or sharply upward. They're going basically right to left, some a little forward, most of them not really backward at all until we get to some of these other wounds here. But these, including the neck, would be going to the left and a little bit forward, which would be in that position downward relative to the ground if she's in that fetal position.
So, Doctor, what we see on the screen with 204.15, given the fact that this is the underside of the carpet, would Jasmine Pace's body be oriented so that her head and right shoulder would actually be up?
Well, up from, what we're looking at is the back of the carpet, so everything is flipped. So her right side, the side that we're seeing here, would be the side that is actually touching the fuzzy side of the carpet, the side that you walk on.
So we would need to flip it over.
Yes, while we are, what we're doing is we're looking at the reversed image, if you will, because we're looking at the back of that carpet. So if we make the carpet transparent, if you will, and then lay it here, that's what we're seeing.
So if we were to fold the carpet,
Forward 10.
if we were to fold the carpet back over, you described the wounds as touching the fuzzy part of this physical exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So if we were to flip it back again, just to orient ourselves, you described your head as being here,
Correct.
meaning that Jasmine Pace's head would be at this location, but the injuries would be down.
Correct.
Fair to say that she was not at this location when she was stabbed.
Not during the stabbing, but placed there while she was bleeding heavily. So if she's there during the stabbing, I mean, the blood's going to flow out of her. But if she's lying on her left side, as opposed to her right side, the blood is going to flow into her body cavities because there's no holes for it to flow out of the body cavities on the left side of the body. So she has to be actually stabbed and then rolled into that position, and then the blood flows out. Now, she could have very easily been a foot over this way and simply rolled over after she was stabbed, but obviously you can't stab from underneath the carpet, but we have to have a pathway for her blood to come out. And so that means that she has to have the right side of her body, all of these injuries, to allow the blood to leak out of her body or flow out of her body. So that puts her with this side of her body against that while she's actually bleeding to death.
Thank you, sir. Next, you describe a gaping complex wound with an oblique 2 3/8 inch stab wound crossed by 2 vertical stab wounds of 1 1/2 inches in the mid-scapular region. You describe the blade penetrating the scapula, entering the oral cavity through the third intercostal space and the fourth rib, which is splintered. You then state that the end of the knife fractured off and remains in the lung. I'm now showing you 204-1. Would you please point out that knife blade to the jury?
This is the end of the knife. It's a little bit rotated. It's not flat on, but this is where it is in her lung.
Thank you, sir. Now, going back to 204-15, could you please point out the gaping complex wound that you described earlier?
That's this wound right here. And you can see you've got one pathway here, one there, and then there's another here. So you've got the big wound and then the two crossing wounds. And the dark area in here is actually going into the chest cavity, the pleural cavity. So when we perforate the scapula, as it goes in and comes out again, and it hits the third intercostal space. The intercostals are the muscles in between the ribs. So the third rib has the third intercostal space below it, right above the fourth rib. So when we say the third rib down and the third intercostal space, and then the fourth rib, what we're talking about is the area of muscle in between the third and fourth ribs, and then the fourth rib is actually splintered by the blade. So it's not just a cut through, but it's splintered in multiple fragments.
Sir, are there any vital organs inside the pleural cavity?
Certainly the heart and lungs. In this case, the knife blade actually goes into the right lung, and it's snapped off with the end of the blade actually propped up against the fourth rib, with the tip of the blade still embedded in the lung.
How deep into Jasmine Pace's chest did that knife blade penetrate?
Well, if we look at the end of the knife blade that's broken off, I believe it's 2 inches, if I'm not mistaken. Fractured section. So we have the 2-inch long section that is embedded in the lung, plus the chest wall, or the ribs, plus the chest wall, plus the scapula, plus the muscle and skin of the back. So we're looking at 3 inches or so of the knife actually going in before the 2-inch section of blade actually breaks off and is completely within the chest cavity. There's none of that sticking out visible in this hole. It's actually all the way down in there.
Now, sir, I'm going to draw your attention to another injury that we see closest to the ruler. I have a photograph of it. It's 204-27. Are we able to infer anything from this?
This is one of those stab wounds that doesn't really have a good blunt edge to it. Again, this is going pretty deeply into the body, and I believe this one is the one that goes into the shoulder just above the axilla and fractures the second rib posterolaterally, and that means the back side, or the side and back of the rib. So what we're looking at here, here's the armpit right here. And so this blade is going forward and a little bit upward, and it hits the back of the second rib and breaks it.
And when you say upward, is that using the standard anatomical description, like up towards head, or are we talking up from ground?
No, we're talking up towards head, again, standard anatomic position.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't confused. Doctor, were you ultimately able to recover the knife blade from Jasmine Pace's chest?
I was, yes, sir.
So I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 177. Would you mind opening that up?
This is the cup that contains the broken end of the knife blade as recovered at the time of autopsy from the medical examiner's office. And we can see that it has the general contour of what you'd expect to see from a chef's knife. I can't tell you exactly how long that blade is because they vary in how wide they are. But you can see the very tip end of it is broken off, and that was not recovered at autopsy. But this part of the blade is all the way embedded in the chest. If we assume that my fingers are ribs, then in this case the knife isn't like this through the ribs. If the lung is here, the knife is actually, or the tip of the end of the knife is actually all the way in and propped up against the inside of the ribs itself, embedded all the way into the lung.
That injury fatal?
It's certainly likely to be eventually because there is a large hole from the chest wall into the pleural cavity, that is the chest cavity. There's no longer a vacuum in there, and our lungs rely on having a vacuum inside our chest cavity to expand. As our diaphragm goes down when we breathe, it creates more vacuum and air gets sucked in that way. If you make a hole in there, we no longer have a vacuum. So then that right lung basically becomes non-functional. There's still blood flowing to it, so of course it's bleeding, but it's not doing you any good in exchanging air because you can't get any air into that collapsed lung. So the only lung that's working for you is your left lung.
Thank you. That was that other injury that you already described, Doctor. I'm sorry. Next, you describe a contusion 3.5 by 1 inch to the right chest. Showing you what's been admitted into evidence is 2 of 417. Can you please point out the large contusion 3.5 by 1 inch?
That's this contusion here. It actually has a little blood blister in the middle of it. This is the back of Jasmine Pace's torso. Her front is here. You can see her armpit here, and this is the right upper arm. And here is this large pink to red contusion.
Do contusions form, post-mortem?
Well, blood has to flow into a bruise. A contusion is a bruise. And so blood has to flow into the area because what you're doing to make a bruise is crushing tissue. And when you crush tissue, you actually rupture capillaries, and the capillaries leak into that area. That's how we get a bruise. And so you actually have to have blood pressure to flow into the area of damage before you get a contusion.
So how long does it take for a contusion such as that to form?
It can be a matter of minutes, depends on what the blood pressure is and how much damage is done. Obviously, you damage more capillaries, you're going to get more bleeding, and so the contusion is going to become visible. The other thing that matters in the formation of a contusion is how deep is it, which again goes back to how much tissue did you crush. A small bump may not pop up a bruise until later on that day, possibly even the next day. But you fall off a ladder and you give yourself a really good whack, you're going to have that contusion by the time you pick yourself up. So again, a lot depends on how quickly or how much damage is done will depend on how quickly the contusion or bruise shows up.
Sir, in this case, how deep was this contusion?
This one goes through skin, through the subcutaneous fat, and just to the outer layer of chest wall muscle. So this is a fairly deep contusion. It's not one that involves a lot of the chest wall muscle, but it's not trivial either.
When you say it's not trivial either, are you able to describe the amount of force that would cause that kind of injury?
Well, the amount of force is frequently asked, and as forensic pathologists, we don't like to do that because there's a lot of variables involved. In this case, we have a thin young woman who doesn't have a lot of subcutaneous fat, so the amount of force it would take to cause that contusion may be different than a robust male or an older person, et cetera, et cetera. So this is, again, not something that is likely to come up in her from just bumping into the counter. This is going to be like a fall against a counter or a blow or something that is going to get her attention, if you will, not one of those where you hit your elbow and you didn't notice it, and then later on you realize, oh crap, I gave myself a bruise.
You mentioned get her attention. What kind of, physical effects could an impact like that have on a person?
Well, it depends again on the amount of force and whether you're ready for it, if you will. But certainly it's going to stagger you for a bit. It's not necessarily going to knock you out or anything, but there are other bruises on her, particularly on her neck area, that would be more likely to cause, if not unconsciousness, at least semi-consciousness.
Could it knock the wind out of you?
It could. Typically, that's caused by a spasm of your diaphragm, but a blow there can cause you to have that wind knocked out of you effect, which is your diaphragm suddenly quits moving because the nerve in it has been overloaded and basically gets short-term electrocuted, and so it spasms down. That's why you can't breathe, because your diaphragm doesn't work.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned bruising to the neck.
Yes, sir. On the front of Jasmine Pace's neck, there's a number of abrasions and faint bruises, but the abrasions aren't associated with any stab wounds. And typically, this would be an indicator of, we need to go and do a formal layer-wise neck dissection looking for things like manual strangulation. But if you already have a stab wound that goes clear through the neck, there's going to be bleeding into those neck muscles that we would be looking for. And so that basically negates the use of those neck muscles. We call them strap muscles because they're thin and flat. And the only other things we would be able to use would be the larynx, typically those thyroid horns that we talked about that stick up and are about the size of a pencil lead, or the hyoid bone. And in young people, that's problematic because young people are flexible. We all know this. And in a young person, your hyoid bone isn't yet fused. It's still in 3 pieces. So it's very flexible. You can squeeze it from the side and it won't break. The larynx is the same way, very flexible. You can squeeze it. When you get old and you start to calcify these things, then they become rigid and brittle. And that's where we'll see fracture. So in her case, in Jasmine's case, there's no fracture of the hyoid bone, but it is quite flexible, and there's no fracture of the thyroid cartilage, except for the knife blade cutting off that thyroid horn. But again, she has a very flexible larynx. So can I tell you that she was manually strangled? No, I cannot. The only thing I've got is the abrasions on the outside of her neck, a little bit of surrounding contusion that may be associated with it, but don't have to be.
I'm showing you 204-12. Would you mind pointing out those observations that you just made to the jury?
This is what we're talking about here. You can see these reddening areas along here. Those are bruises, because bruises, again, is just bleeding into that area. And you can see it around here, too, where we have that blush of hemorrhage. And we actually have some abrasion on the front of the neck. And remember, there's no clothing on. So we have unexplained bruises and abrasions on the front of her neck. They may indicate a degree of manual strangulation or choking, but I can't tell you definitively that that is what happened. It's simply that that's a marker that is consistent with that and frequently seen during that.
Thank you, Doc. Next, moving on to the extremities, you described an injury to the right shoulder with a 3.5 by 1.25 complex incised wound compromising 4 incisions. I'm now showing you 204-15. Could you please point out the injury that you're describing there?
This is that injury, and you can see that it doesn't go very deep. These are slices. And you can count them in there. There's 1, 2, and you can see how it slices up here. So we're actually slicing up sections of skin and underlying subcutaneous fat and a little bit of muscle of the actual shoulder itself.
Now, Doctor, I'm going to zoom in. Are you able to tell us anything about the color of the injuries and redness to the surrounding area?
Well, if you look at these areas in here, there's more redness to them. You can see this is nice and red here. This is the one that goes all the way through the neck. But look at how yellow this is relative to the amount of yellow fat displayed in this wound. So this is going to be more of the antemortem side of that wound. So we have, that gradation going across from antemortem to perimortem. In her case, I don't see any definitive post-mortem wounds. I see perimortem wounds that are probably right near death. But again, death doesn't occur instantaneously. You're bleeding to death, and so it's a relatively slow process.
Thank you, Doctor. Next, you describe mid portion of the shoulder with a complex 1 3/4 by 1 1/2 stab wound with 4 separate stabs. Going back to that same photograph, 204-15, could you describe the location of that?
This is actually that wound. It sort of has the shape of a Z, but you can see there's 1, 2, 3, and then a fourth one right there. This wound is actually one of the more damaging wounds because unlike this wound here, which is more dramatic, if you will, this time the knife actually penetrates into the armpit. And in your armpit, you not only have a bundle of nerves called the brachial plexus, you also have artery and vein going into your arm and providing blood to your hand. So in this case, not only the nerves of the brachial plexus, but also the artery and vein of the brachial artery and vein are damaged and severed. So now we have not just venous blood under low pressure, large volume, but arterial blood, high pressure. So this wound is going to bleed pretty significantly. A lot of that blood is going to be internal, but it's going to work its way out. And the internal bleeding is going to come about because the multiple layers of muscle will sort of close over and block off a lot of that bleeding. But because we have that Z shape, where you're cutting not only with the muscle fibers, but across the muscle fibers, that's going to be more open and allow more bleeding to occur. So this one is going to bleed pretty significantly.
Thank you, sir. Next, you describe just below the complex wound, a bleed 1 3/8 stab wound with a 1/8 inch blunt edge. Both this stab wound and the complex wound penetrate the axilla as described to the jury. Sir, showing you, going back to the same picture, 204-15, where is that?
There we have this wound, which goes upward in the arm and actually gets into the axilla as well. So these two are creating a fairly large amount of damage into the muscle of the upper arm going into the axilla or the armpit area and doing a lot of damage to the vasculature and nerves in that area.
Thank you. Next, you describe an injury to the right elbow with a 1/4 inch superficial incised wound with surrounding abrasion. I don't believe that we have a photograph of that, do we, Doctor?
I don't believe so, but it's actually on the elbow itself, superficial wound, a little bit of abrasion around it.
Would it be a fatal?
It would not be, no, sir.
Next, sir, you describe a right wrist with a 2 3/4 inch incised braided contusion on the ulnar aspect with a 1/2 inch contusion on the radial aspect. I'm showing you 204-18. Would you mind pointing that out for us?
This is the contusion on the ulnar aspect. Actually, here, this is the one we were just talking about.
Oh, okay.
The bones of the forearm are the ulna and the radius. The radius goes to the thumb. And so the thumb side is the radius and the ulna, the little finger side is the ulna. So if we look at the outside of our arm, forearm, that's the ulnar side. And so this bruise here, this contusion, is going to be the one on the ulnar side. There's also another one on the radial side or the thumb side.
You mentioned the thumb side with a 1/2 inch contusion on radial aspect. Sir, would you mind pointing it out?
That's right here,
Next to the tattoo.
next to the tattoo with the handcuff.
Judge is 20420.
Sir?
Next, sir, you describe a incised wound to the right palm with a 1 1/4 horizontal incised wound of the distal undetermining just proximal to the ring and middle fingers. I butchered that. Sir, would you mind pointing out that injury?
This is that injury. You notice all the wrinkling of the hand that whenever we're in water, we all see it. We call it washerwoman skin. More formally, it's immersion changes. But the undermining is what we call the term used when the blade scoops under the skin and cuts. And we've all done it to ourselves. But in this case, you have sort of a curvilinear shape here, and instead of a stab going in and through, it's more of a slice. But it doesn't come this way, it comes this way. It comes from the palm toward the fingertips. So that's what that distal is. Distal means toward the outside, proximal means toward the core of the body. So distal undermining means that the wound itself is cut this way.
Is that the only injury to the right arm and hand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next, we move on to the left arm. No injuries to the upper arm and forearm. But you describe a 1/4 inch superficial stab wound to the right wrist, showing you, or I'm sorry, the left wrist. I'm showing you 204-25. Could you please point out that injury?
That's this wound here. You can see it's relatively small, and the anterior surface, again, using that standard anatomic position, anterior means front. So our hands, palms of the hands are toward the front. So the anterior surface, it's also called the ventral surface. The back is the dorsum, the belly of something is called the ventral. When we go fishing, the fish have a vent. That's on their ventral side. That's this wound, and it does not go in very deep and does not sever the tendons that go to the arm, or the hand rather.
The next injury you describe is an injury to the wrist, 1/4 inch vertical stab wound, showing you 204-22.
That's on the ulnar surface there. Again, you can see that this is the outside, the little finger side of the hand.
Thank you. How do you pronounce that word? Sorry.
Posterior ulnar. What that means is the ulnar, or the little finger side, and the posterior, or the back. So the back little finger side of the wrist, which would be this area right here.
Has a 2 1/4 by 3/4 inch stab wound comprised of 3 separate stabs in an arrow head shape. They penetrate the ulnar. Is that a bone, sir?
That is a bone, yes, sir.
And inside the ulnar artery. Sir, I'm now showing you 204-15. Would you mind pointing out where that wound complex is?
That's this wound here, and again, we have an injury to an artery. And the ulnar artery is not a real big artery, but you can sometimes feel your pulse in that. Most people, when they feel the pulse in their wrist, they go for the radial artery, but there's also one at the ulnar artery. And so this is cut as well. So not only do you have fracture of the bone and incised wounds of the area of the wrist, you've also got an incision through an artery. So we have the jugular vein in the neck, we have the axillary artery in the armpit, and now we have the ulnar artery in the wrist. So we have two sources of arterial bleeding and one source of significant venous bleeding. The jugular vein is, as you would expect, a quite large vein, since it brings blood back from the head.
Now showing you 204-23, you describe an arrowhead shape. Can you point that out to the jury?
That's, actually, we could probably see it a little better in the other picture, but basically we're talking about this area here.
Thank you, sir. Next, you describe a 5/16" superficial stab wound at the junction of thumb and wrist, showing you 204-24.
And that's this. You can see a little bit of skin that's actually pulled up because the tip of the blade doesn't go in very far and just lifts up a little bit of skin. This doesn't go in deeply. It doesn't hit any major vasculature or bone.
You describe a 1 3/8" stab wound with a 1/16" blunt edge just below the distal wrist, and it goes completely through the hand, exiting the palm with a 1 1/4" wound. Would you mind pointing it out to the jury on 204-23?
That's this wound here, and you can see the depth of that wound, and that actually goes all the way through and comes out on the palm side of the hand right through here.
Showing now 204-25, the injury you described is at the, I guess, center of the photograph.
That's correct, yes, right here.
Thank you. You then describe a 1 1/2" incised wound exiting through the back of the palm. Is that what we see in 204-23?
That's this wound here. Basically, it's a slice across the little finger side of the hand that goes all the way through this area of muscle along here.
I'm now showing you the back of the hand, 204-25. Doctor, are you able to tell from looking at this which direction the hand was facing at the time of the incised wound?
No, sir. It's basically horizontal or across the long axis of the hand. So it could be like this, it could be like this. Depending on how the wrist is turned, would depend on or would vary the angle of the knife. So it's just an incised wound, it's not a stab.
What about the preceding injury that went through and through? Don't use the term, I'm sorry. That entered on the dorsal side and exited on the ventral side?
That actually obviously is coming from the back or back of the hand toward the palm. And so if we take the left hand and put it in the position, then the wound is coming in this way. If we put it in this position, then it's different from all of our other wounds that are on the right-hand side. So if we lay that left hand out, then we've got to turn it over for the blade to go in the back and come out the palm. So we have multiple variable ways that we can have the direction of the knife going relative to her body, depending on where the arm is and where the hand is and how it's rotated. So because that left arm and hand are free, that is, they can move in any direction that you can normally move your hand and arm, you can't lock her into a rigid position for that wound. Now, if we put her hand where we found it when she when the bags were unwrapped from around her body, it's in this position. So a blade coming from the right is going to be able to go through this hand if you bend the wrist like this. Or if it's facing this way, it can come this from right and going upward. And again, that would fit with the other wounds that we see that are all going from the right to the left and a little bit upward, sometimes a little bit downward. And not much in the way of forward or backward, but some variation on those.
Thank you, Doctor. You then describe a quarter-inch superficial stab wound above the back of the hand in reference to the fifth metacarpal. So I'm pointing that out, Judge, or I'm sorry, Dr. Cottrell.
That's this wound here. The metacarpals are our hand bones. The carpals are our wrist bones, metacarpals are our hand bones, and our fingers are called phalanges. So the hand bones are actually, when you look at an x-ray, what looks like a hand or what looks like your fingers is actually your metacarpals for the most part. And so that's over the bone leading to your little finger. That's the fifth metacarpal.
You then describe, sir, a horizontal 3/4 inch stab wound between the fourth and fifth metacarpals, going completely through the hand, incising bone and tendon, and exiting through a 5/16 inch wound on the palm. Sir, I'm showing you 204/23. Would you point that one out?
That's this wound. You can actually see the end of a severed tendon right here. And obviously this would be the fifth and the fourth metacarpals.
You describe it exiting the palm. Could you please point out the exit?
And that's the exit right here in the wrinkled surface of the palm.
Thank you. You describe a perforating stab wound of the index finger entering the back of the finger through a 9/16 inch wound. The incises tendon and bone of the first phalanx, exiting the palmar aspect of the finger through a 5/16 inch wound. Returning to 204/23, would you point that out?
That's this wound here. It's on the first joint or the first phalanx of the phalange of the index finger. And this one goes through the finger and comes out on the palm surface. You can see, here's the thumb and the index finger here, and this is where it comes out.
For the record, 204/26. Doctor, you said earlier.
John, I'm going to catch up. Not approaching. Thank you. Not approaching.
Yes.
Keep going. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 minutes after 12. We did not get a mid-morning break. I want to get through as much as possible. So we're going to take our lunch break at this point. It's 5 minutes after 12. We'll try to resume this jury trial at 1:20. Anything to bring up before we take a lunch break? Either something. Okay. We'll see you back at 1:20. You see you walking in with Dr. King, Dr. Strong?
Well, every now and again, we just like you, so.
Okay.
Yes.
possibly known as Victim Stanley, know the answer. I let the jurors know that I'd like to work at least one of the 3 days, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. I let them know we work when they want to, or, but they need to let us know how many days they're willing to work the next, as far as including Sunday and Monday. They sent a note out that says, do the parties have an updated estimation on the trial's completion date, or is the approximate completion date still next Wednesday, total duration 10 days? The jurors have all agreed they would like this coming Sunday off. So, I'll say this, I think the state indicates they will probably rest sometime tomorrow, likely. So we're not asking for anything definite, but as far as scheduling for the weekend, we need to have deputies here for the Saturday part of this as well. Beyond that, I'll leave it up to y'all to let me know how long you expect your proof to last.
Well, let us assess that.
Okay. All right, yeah, we'll bring it up again first thing tomorrow morning when the jurors get that answer.
Maybe a bridge in the meantime.
Yes. I got Coswell, if you could retake the stand, please. You remain under oath from earlier this morning. We'll ask, typically, witnesses are advised not to talk about their testimony while we're on a break. Just make sure that you talk about your testimony to anyone during this last lunch break.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm bringing the jury when they're ready.
Can I get Mr. Chen first, sir?
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. That's what I meant to say.
I know.
Okay.
I thought that.
Bring the jury in, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, please be seated. Welcome back to lunch, jurors. I did get your note about the question regarding the estimated completion date of the trial. We'll know more about that after we finish today, see how far we get. And I think we'll have a much better idea of that sometime tomorrow morning. We'll let you know at that point, okay? Dr. Coswell, you may under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before the break, displayed this onto the screen. In your autopsy report on page 4 of 5, you describe the heart vasculature containing no blood. What is the medical significance of that observation?
Well, that is an empty vascular tree. That is all of her blood, with the exception of that noted the 10 milliliters of blood, which is basically a thumb-sized syringe full, is no longer there. So basically her vascular tree, her heart, her arteries, her veins have been drained. So all of her blood is, with very little exception, that which is, again, what's in the capillaries in the big toe is still in the capillaries in the big toe, but the bulk of her blood is no longer in her body, it is drained out of her body.
In essence, how much are we talking? What kind of volume?
Well, again, we're looking at about a quart and a half gallon, just for her to die, but she's got about 4 quarts of blood, so about a gallon of blood is her total blood volume. So you're really looking at 3, probably a little more quarts of her blood is outside of her body, has come out of the wounds that she has suffered.
Is that caused by her positioning post-mortem?
Yes, sir. She's allowed now to drain because we have wounds that are open to the outside, and the blood that's in body cavities, specifically the chest cavity, can drain out through that wound. The blood that's in the vasculature can drain out through the ruptures of the jugular vein, the axillary arteries, the ulnar artery in the hand or in the wrist. So all that is draining out of her body, and so that's why we're getting a large volume of blood basically on an area of carpet or within the apartment.
Thank you, sir. Part of your autopsy examination, do you examine the contents of the digestive tract?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What were your observations during that examination?
If we go to the normal internal exam portion of the autopsy report, that is not the injury exam, we've got only about 15 milliliters, which is a few tablespoons of tan fluid that doesn't have any food in there, recognizable food, no pills, no medications, and no odor of alcohol.
Are you familiar with the odor of alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Do you come across that odor from time to time during your autopsies that you perform?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long does alcohol persist in the stomach?
Typically, if you're drinking on an empty stomach, the alcohol will be partially absorbed in your stomach and partially absorbed in your small intestine. And we can still smell the alcohol in your stomach even a few hours later in many cases. In cases where the stomach has been completely empty of alcohol, it's all moved down into the small intestine, a faint odor may persist, but usually not.
And in this case, are you able to draw a conclusion regarding alcohol consumption?
Certainly there was no alcohol consumption in the immediate time prior to her death, because again, we don't have any breach of any internal organs other than that right lung, and this is all vascular injury.
Thank you, sir. In addition to conducting a visual, olfactory examination of the stomach contents, do you do anything to confirm those observations?
We do toxicology, but we don't do it typically on gastric contents unless we're suspecting a poison or something like that. But we will do it on blood. And again, with an empty vascular tree, the amount of blood that's left in her body to test is relatively small. And basically the toxicology test came back as a negative drug screen, negative alcohol.
is the report of the examination that was done on the quantity of blood that you submitted from Ms. Jasmine Pace attached to your autopsy report.
It is.
Going now to that document, is this the report that was submitted to you from NMS Labs
Yes, sir, it is.
regarding the examination of whom?
Of Jasmine Pace.
Now, it says at the bottom that there were no positive findings, none detected is what it says. But it references that you need to see an additional detailed finding section for additional information. What does that tell you based upon your years of experience conducting thousands of autopsies?
Well, the toxicology laboratories, when they test, there's no such thing as a true negative, that there's absolutely not anything there. What they have is something below detectable limits or below reportable limits. And this gets into basically, is this number reliable? And they have, over the course of decades and really almost a century of testing, we know what the lower limit of detectability is, reliable detectability for certain substances. And if we have basically it looks like an EKG tracing, if you will. It runs through the machine and you get blips, and depending on where these blips come for time, that tells you what that substance is, and then that gets confirmed by a different test. But if there's a little tiny peak, but it's not up to where it needs to be reliable, it won't be reported. We'll just say, yeah, it may be there, but it may not be there. We can't say reliably, so we're going to say not detected. So the rest of the toxicology report tells you what we tested for, or what NMS tested for, and what their reporting limit is, so that you know that whatever it is that may or may not be there, it's at least that much if we've said we found it. If we don't find it, or we say not detected, then it's below that reliable level. Because there's always a little bit of noise in these testings, especially when someone is starting to decompose, as Jasmine Pace was, because she'd been dead for a while. So even though she's still relatively fresh, she is starting some internal decomposition. So there's some noise in that little blip tracing, if you will, that comes out of the instruments.
Specifically, sir, the second page of the NMS reports indicates that testing was not performed for THC and what appears to be metabolites due to interfering substance. Can you interpret that for us?
That's typical of what we'll see when we start to have decomposed or not the greatest specimen. It may be mixed with some fat or something like that, depending on how clean, if you will, the draw is. In this case, it was clean blood, but it was kind of decomposing slightly. And so finding interfering substances is not unusual in that case, because as we start to decompose, we create a huge number of very complex compounds that will also broaden out those peaks or blunt those peaks or make it impossible to say, yeah, okay, it is THC in this case, or not THC, but we can't really be sure, so we're just not going to test that because there's too much noise in the background of this. So, and that's not uncommon. We'll see that in, I'd say, probably about half of the decomposed cases that we have. One or another test won't be able to be run because of interfering substances. And this is an insurance policy, basically, to say, if we say it's positive, then it really, really is positive, and you can count on it. So that's really all that means. The test wasn't run. She may or may not have had THC or marijuana. metabolites in her system at the time of death.
Moving down towards the bottom, can you please describe to the jury what this portion shows?
Well, this is, as I was referring to a little bit earlier, this is the list of what NMS tests for and what their reporting limits are. So for example, if we say amphetamine, if it's below 20 nanograms per milliliter, and that's that NG/ml, if it's at a concentration lower than that, it will be reported as negative. Same thing holds for all the rest of these tests. And this shows the test protocol, enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, or what we call ELISA. And the alcohols are tested by a different protocol using headspace gas chromatography. Ultimately, it all sort of comes out with the long trace with the little blips on it. We use time to tell what's coming off, and then the height of the peak tells us the concentration that it is. It's actually fairly simple, but at the same time, the instrumentation is quite complex, and if anything shows up as a peak, then it has to be confirmed and quantitated by a different method rather than doing the same test over again, just to make sure that it really is what we're saying it is. So you notice there are different units, nanograms per milliliter, milligrams per deciliter, and occasionally micrograms per milliliter. These are all the different units that have been established as reliable lower limits of detectability. And so pretty much every sort of toxicology lab is going to have those same limits, because that's basically a university or a universal standard among the toxicology laboratories.
So if there was any substances in Jasmine Pace's blood above the threshold limits that you see listed there on this second, I guess, panel, did I call it that, panel of testing?
Well, it's the report of what specific tests were done.
And those specific tests that were done, if they were greater than those quantities listed, we would have seen that on the preceding page,
Correct.
but none were.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Now, doctor, you examined Jasmine Pace's lungs.
Yes, sir.
What were your findings concerning her lungs?
The right lung, of course, had a stab wound into it. Her left lung, well, actually both lungs, but more prominently left lung, had what we call aspirated blood. And that's blood that's being inhaled into the lungs itself. And it leaves a pattern that we call leopard spot pattern, because it really looks like leopard spots. Because what's happening is the blood is getting into the little air sacs in the lungs, and there's blood in each one of those air sacs, and it creates a spotted pattern. So aspirated blood means that there's active inhalation at the time that the blood is coming down into the lungs. If it's post-mortem and blood is coming down into the lungs, there's no active inhalation, so it doesn't get out into the airways, and it certainly doesn't create a spotted pattern. It just would flow down gravitationally, and we would have essentially a line where the blood would settle to in a dead lung, dead person's lung. In a live person's lung that's still attempting to breathe, then the blood is carried with the air into the individual air sacs, and that creates the spots, because blood is darker than air.
Are you able to draw a conclusion between the observation of the aspirated blood and any of Jasmine Pace's injuries?
Well, yes, sir. She's bleeding into her airway, and again, we have that perforating stab wound in the neck. She's bleeding into that airway, and she's still trying to breathe.
So she was alive.
She was alive at that time, yes, sir.
How long, based upon your observation of the number of injuries, the locations, would it take for someone to succumb to those injuries?
This is not a rapid death. This is a death over the course of at least some minutes. It's hard to say exactly how long because heart rate has a lot to do with it. And obviously, the more stressed you are, the faster your heart rate is, so your heart is pumping more blood and at higher pressure. And if you already have breaches in your arteries, you're going to bleed faster. The other thing is, as you start to bleed to death, then there's less pressure behind not only your arteries, but also your veins, so the bleeding actually slows down. And so this is, at best, we can estimate some minutes, but it could be significantly longer. This is certainly not a half-hour event, but it's also not a half a minute. So we're in comfortably around the few minutes, I would say, most likely less than 10 minutes and probably less than 5 minutes, assuming that all these stab wounds are inflicted in a short space of time.
Do you believe, based upon your observation of the color of the injuries, do you believe that to be the case, that they were inflicted all in a short period of time?
Certainly, they're clustered, as you saw, in a relatively small area. And there is not only the multiplicity of them, but they show differences in coloration. So we sort of have a pathway or an example of antemortem to perimortem to getting close to postmortem, just based on the coloration of these injuries. So some of them we know occurred antemortem, particularly the ones in through the throat, where she's aspirating blood into her lungs. We know she's alive then. And so we can kind of use that as a benchmark for an antemortem wound. And then as we get to some of the more yellow-based wounds, more and more those are getting closer to her time of death as she's bleeding to death.
So some of them were early, some of them were potentially several minutes
Yes, sir.
into the stabbing and incisive wound infliction.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine the cause of death in this case with reasonable degree of certainty,
Yes, sir. It's multiple stab and incised wounds.
as reflected on the first page of your autopsy report?
That's correct.
Okay. Sir? Nothing further. Cross.
Good afternoon, Dr. Cross.
Good afternoon, sir.
You didn't witness the events leading up immediately after the decedent's death, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And that's why you perform an autopsy, so you can figure out what happened.
That's one of the reasons, yes, sir.
And when you perform an autopsy, you put the body in the anatomic position, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you put the body face up.
Correct.
And that's the position in which you measure the knife entry and exit and the angles.
On which particular wound, or are you just talking about in general?
In general.
Depending on where the wounds are, it could be with the decedent in what we call supine, that is face up, or prone, face down, or on their side. In this case, obviously, with the majority of the wounds on her right-hand side, the measurement of depths is most easily done with the wounds up. Now, in the case of the stab wound that penetrated into the lung and the blade broke off, that was with her body actually supine, that is on her back, with the chest plate removed so that I could get the internal organs examined.
And in this case, when you were performing this autopsy and looking at these knife wounds, would you say it's impossible to tell the position of the defendant and the decedent relative to each other when you know?
I can tell the directionality of the wounds, but as to the relative position of the two individuals, there's only a limited amount, because if you're going to stab somebody, let's say on the right side of the body, and you're both standing there facing each other, and you're left-handed, then you can stab on the right side of their body. On the other hand, if you're coming up on them from behind, both standing up, now you need to be right-handed and stab this one. Or if you reverse your grip where the knife blade is coming out here, you can still do it left-handed. So the idea of I can look at a wound and tell which hand the person used and how they were standing, there's only limited cases in which you can actually do much with that, because you have to know the relative positions of the two people, as well as how are you holding the knife. And because there's a lot of different ways two people can be oriented, as well as multiple different ways to hold a knife, all of those have to be taken into consideration.
At the end of your testimony there, you talk about how long Jasmine Pace might have been alive. It sounded like more than 30 seconds and probably less than 5 minutes. Is that fair to say?
That's fair, yes, sir.
But that's the time of death. The time of unconsciousness could be different.
Well, in fact, she may have been unconscious before she was stabbed. There's no way to tell that from an autopsy. But if we're talking about just bleeding, roughly half of that time period she would be potentially conscious.
So would you agree that some of the stab wounds you observed would cause instantaneous unconsciousness?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
There's 2 or 3 wounds in particular. Do you know the order of the wounds as they occurred?
No, sir, I don't.
And that's not part of forensic pathology. There's no way to determine which one's first and which one's next.
Occasionally we can do that. I won't say that's not part of forensic pathology, but it's simply not something that can be done in most cases. In some cases, yes.
The stab to the neck, that could have caused unconsciousness.
It doesn't actually damage anything that is required for consciousness. So there's nothing that says it has to cause unconsciousness, like, for example, a crushing skull fracture would cause unconsciousness.
What about, I'm sorry, what about the stab underneath the arm that goes into the lung?
The same thing applies, because again, sharp force injuries cause death by bleeding to death. That's their mechanism. And until you have actually bled enough of your blood volume out so that your brain no longer gets enough oxygen, you can remain conscious.
Well,
The exception, excuse me, sir, the exception is if the knife directly damages, or whatever the sharp force is, if it directly damages the central nervous system. So the brain or spinal cord. In this particular case, there was no damage to the brain or spinal cord. So it's simply bleeding to death. And however long that bleeding to death takes, you will remain conscious until your brain runs out of oxygen, and then you will lose consciousness and proceed to death.
But what are the jugular vein and the larynx, the wounds to the neck there, that would cause rapid blood loss, wouldn't it?
Again, jugular vein is large volume but low pressure. It bleeds, but it does not bleed rapidly. Arterial bleeding is more dangerous than venous bleeding. So this is not like it shows on TV or movies where someone's throat is cut and they collapse within a matter of a few seconds. That's not how that works. So no, that would not necessarily lead to unconsciousness. There's no physiologic reason for her to lose consciousness rapidly from any one of these stab wounds.
In your autopsy notes, you said there was multiple stab wounds concentrated in critical areas in the neck and chest.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And then we had talked about it just a moment ago, but the injuries to the right lung, that would have caused rapid respiratory failure.
That would have caused collapse of the right lung. The left lung is still there and is still functioning, although it is getting blood aspirated into it. But again, this takes time. This is not a rapid sequence of events.
And when you were, you had motioned to the jury that, you indicated that you had put your arm to the head, and that's where those wounds on the right hand are coming from?
That would be the left hand?
I'm sorry, you're right, the left.
Okay, yes, sir. In the position Jasmine Pace is found, she again is in that fetal position, and the majority of the wounds, in fact, almost the totality of the wounds, are on her right side of her face, right side of her neck, right shoulder, right upper back. Her left hand is free, and her left hand in that position, as you saw in the photographs, is up in this area. And the wounds on her left arm are primarily right there on her hand. The wrist, the hand, and actual stab wounds through the hand and through the wrist. So the position, if we bring all of these wounds into a cluster, then her left hand would be easily or logically placed here. Does it have to be? No, it doesn't. We have a group of wounds that is out here somewhere, where her hand is not where the stabbing is occurring. So then we have to have a different, basically a different incidence or incident, multiple incidents or a single incident of stabbing that hand. Now, if the hand is here, then there's a whole lot of stabbing going on right in that area that's approximately this big. And if her hand is in there, then it's going to get stabbed too. If we move her hand away, well, then we have all this stabbing, and then we have to also do this stabbing. And this could have occurred first, before this cluster of wounds, but it's most logical that her hand is in this position because all the wounds are clustered in that area.
But you're not identifying that as defense wounds?
No, sir. That's not really a forensic pathology term. Not really, no. It's frequently used in court, but it's one that forensic pathologists tend to stay away from.
You didn't find any significant injuries to Jasmine Pace's lower legs?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And that would suggest to you, in your opinion, that there was no effort to flee or evade?
The lack of, well, we always say absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So the lack of a finding doesn't tell me anything.
Would you agree that the cluster nature of the wounds indicated a rapid series of strikes rather than a prolonged attack?
Yes, that is most likely.
And if the attacker here was in the heat of the moment, would the injuries appear as they do here, clustered and frenzied?
That's certainly consistent with not only the number, but also the clustered nature and the pattern of the wounding, not necessarily the wounds, but the wounding. So yes, sir, that would be consistent.
The suitcase was found by the banks of the Tennessee River.
Yes, sir.
That's going to be a moist area, right?
It is, yes, sir.
It's going to be wet, there's going to be moisture, and that's going to be able to get into the suitcase.
To some degree, yes, although it was somewhat supported, I believe, on brush, brambles, so it's not actually laying in water.
Oh, and I don't want to give the impression that it was in the water. It was not in the water. It was on the side of the
Right.
limbs. Water and moisture can change the appearance of wounds as the body decomposes. Is that right?
To some degree, yes, sir.
You noticed that the fingers, the hands, the feet had the immersion changes.
Correct.
I never heard the term before, but washerwoman skin.
Yes, sir, that goes back to probably a century or so ago. I'm old, so I do remember stuff like that. The women who would hire out to wash people's clothes frequently had wrinkled up hands like that because that's all they did. Their hands were immersed in water and soapy water constantly, and so they would almost constantly have skin that looked like that.
And it's when your skin gets all pretty, right?
Yeah.
That's what we call it in my house, pretty.
Yes, it's pruny skin.
Why does the skin do that?
What we're doing actually when that happens is we're losing the oils in the skin. And that's why you put the lotion or moisturizer, etc., to keep the tone of the skin. When you're immersed in water, then you lose some of those oils and the skin becomes waterlogged, really. And so we lose some of the oil and the skin itself gets a bit swollen. Waterlogged is really, I think, the best way to think of it. And it gets softened, and as we know, we can sort of, if you get really intense immersion changes, you can actually start peeling a little bit of your skin, the outer layer, and that will occasionally occur.
Now, I want to talk about how the version, the pruning, or whatever we're going to call it,
Pruning is good, sir.
might affect an incision or a stab wound. Prolonged exposure to water can cause the edges of the wounds to appear more open and exaggerated than in less than time, right?
Actually, it's the reverse. Because the prolonged exposure causes the skin to lose oils, but at the same time become more edematous. It tends to spread not open, but closed.
It doesn't cause curling.
It causes curling if you have a wound that is on a surface that has a thick layer, palms and soles basically, you may start curling. But as you saw in these photos, on the hand wounds themselves had that very pruning contour to them. But the other wounds on her torso, head, and neck, they look pretty much like a normal stab wound would look, at least to the forensic pathologist side. There's no real distortion to the edges of the wound.
Well, I didn't see any inversion on the neck or arm. I only saw the inversion on the lower extremities, right?
Well, and this is, we don't get that effect except on areas where we have a thick layer of keratin, and that's our palms and our soles, because we walk on our feet and we do things with our hands, and we have a lot of thick skin here. That's the whole purpose for having that skin that thick, but that skin is multiple layers that don't have blood supply to them. That's why we can peel our skin off. Don't really want to, but you can. And you're not going to bleed from that because there's no blood supply there until we get down to the actual base of the skin. So what that really is just multiple layers like pieces of paper that are protecting the underlying soft tissue from the damage from picking stuff up and doing everything we do with our hands and walking along. People who walk barefoot all the time, especially walk barefoot outside, have very thick soles of their feet for that very reason. And construction workers have much thicker skin on the palms of their hand than, say, an accountant or someone who just sits in an office all day.
Or a lawyer.
Or a lawyer. Or, well, some pathologists who just use microscopes.
Going back to water moisture on the wounds, can that distort the natural shape of the wounds?
Not to any significant degree.
What about the size of the wounds?
Again, not to any significant degree.
So we talked a lot about that blood edge that you can see on some of the wounds. Would the water or moisture make those appear more irregular?
Once the blood that we're seeing there is blood that has escaped the capillaries. It is now in the soft tissue. And so it's percolating between the cells. If you think of a brick wall, basically, all our cells are like the bricks, and the mortar is where the blood is trickling in there. So you can flush blood out of a vessel with water pretty easily, actually. But flushing blood out of the soft tissue in between the cells is not so easy. It tends to stay there. Now, if her body stayed in water long enough to actually start really decomposing, like for example, if she was found in the river after that period of time, then we can see leaching of the blood from the wounds themselves. She's not at that stage of decomposition yet. She's still pretty early. So if we have, for example, someone who's been pulled out of the Tennessee River or a swamp or something, and they no longer look like themselves because of decomposition, those wounds will have a different appearance, and that we won't see that blush of hemorrhage in there because the water will have leached that out. But in her case, she's damp, she's moist, but she's not immersed in water. So we don't have that effect.
Would the moisture affect, or would it be hard for you to determine the original depth and dimensions of the wounds, or would the moisture not have any effect?
Dimensions of the wounds, it has minimal effect. For depth, the problem with doing depth in stab wounds is that unless you have some rigid structure, like bone, people are compressible. And if the knife blade is pushed in, we don't know how far it's pushed in, because you can take a 3-inch blade and push it 4 inches deep because people are compressible. On the other hand, if you have a rib cage to stop it, then that's a more reliable depth. The other problem is if our internal organs are relatively fixed in position, but not completely, particularly things like lungs. Lungs have to move around inside the body, that's their job. Intestines and other things will move around inside the body too. So if I'm leaned forward and I'm stabbed in the front, my lungs are actually farther forward than they would be if I'm laying on my back. So now the apparent depth that's measured when I'm on my back is greater than the actual depth of the wound. So trying to deal with depths in stab wounds, and you'll notice that for the majority of these, there's no depth given. It's a description of what internal organs and structures were injured. And the reason for that is because of that mobility, and because if I say, oh, this wound was 4 inches deep, and we have a knife that's only 3 inches long, then it's easy to say, well, that knife couldn't possibly have done it, when in fact it could have. I have actually seen in my career stab wounds that were almost twice the depth of the knife that was left in them. So I know that knife actually caused that wound. So that's why measuring depths of stab wounds is sometimes helpful, but it has to be used with caution. But as far as the dimensions, the length, again, if we have a nice, cleanly defined stab wound where the blade goes in and straight out as much as possible, that can give us a good idea of the cross-section of the knife, how wide the blade is, how thick the blade is, whether it's got a blunt edge. But for the majority of stab wounds, they don't go in and straight out. They go in and there is some relative motion on the way out. So virtually all stab wounds, even the ones that we call stab wounds and don't say stab incised, have some incised component to them. And so again, those dimensions, those are not absolutes. And the other confounding factor to that is, as we know, skin is stretchy. And we can change the look, the character of a stab wound depending on its orientation relative to the elastic fibers in our body. These are called Langer's lines after a surgeon by the name of Langer. We've all seen people with big, ugly scars from surgery. And mostly this is from trauma surgery. And those are the scars that cut across Langer's lines so the elastic fibers pull them apart. And those are the real ragged, ugly looking wounds. A good surgeon is going to cut along the line so that the elastic fibers just go right back together. And so that will change the look of a stab wound. So all of these things can modify the look of a stab wound, and out of all of that, way down on the list is moisture. So it's really not going to make a difference.
I should have asked this earlier on. You said there's 60 wounds, correct?
Yes,
And that combines both stab and incise wounds, correct?
that is correct.
How many stab and how many incise?
You know, I don't know that I've ever separated them out that way. Because of what we just talked about, is that most stab wounds have an incised component to them, at least a little bit. And many incised wounds have a little bit of a stab component to them. Typically, we lump them under just sharp force injuries. But as far as actually separating them out, because it's not really that critical, you know, there are some that we know are stab wounds, like the ones that hit the large vessels. That's pretty easy. The one that broke off in the lung, we know that's a stab wound. But others that are just going into the muscle, there's going to be a stab component to them, maybe a little bit of incised component. Others are going to have more incised than stab. So part of that is a stab can turn into an incised wound if it's not accurately placed or if there's motion. So what may be an intentional stabbing motion may simply turn into an incised wound, and vice versa. An incised wound can turn into a stab if the other person isn't where they're supposed to be from that context.
Especially in assuming a quick frenzy state.
Certainly.
So during your examination and on direct, you noted yellowing around some of the stab wounds.
Yes, sir.
And yellowing around the skin can indicate reduced blood flow at the time of age.
Well, it's actually in the fat, but yes.
And when blood flow is significantly reduced, it may suggest that the individual had already been incapacitated or deceased.
Well, it tells you that there's not much blood flow in this area. And if there's not much blood flow, then there's not much blood pressure or there's not much blood. And at some point during the loss of blood, yes, you are going to die. And so those wounds won't have bleeding into them, or they'll have very little bleeding into them.
When the yellowing of the skin does not occur if the blood flow is normal, though, at that time of age.
Correct. And again, I don't want to be pedantic, but it's the fact that we're talking about.
I know what that's.
I know,
I'm not a doctor, so I'm just trying to keep up with you. Does the presence of yellowing support some of the wounds were inflicted after significant blood loss?
absolutely, yes, sir.
You said that the cut to the jugular is a large blood flow, but it would be slow because of low pressure.
Right.
If the blood flow decreases rapidly, however, that would result in some stab wounds appearing less severe or with less surrounding areas. Is that correctly? Does that make sense? Let me rephrase that.
Please.
If the blood flow decreased rapidly, again, if the blood flow decreased rapidly, this would result in some stab wounds appearing less severe, right?
Or having less bleeding into the soft tissue surrounding them. Yes, again, as blood flow progresses, we're going to see less bleeding into the, I said blood flow, excuse me, blood volume decreases, we'll see less bleeding into the surrounding soft tissue. As to the length of time that takes, it's going to occur in the same order, but the time frame is going to be flexible depending on how quickly the bleeding is taking place. But again, jugular vein bleeding is vein bleeding, not artery bleeding. So it's going to bleed more slowly. And it's actually more amenable to pressure being applied to help stanch that bleeding. Arteries are a lot harder, and particularly if you're up in the axillary arteries, you can't put a tourniquet on that because the injury is actually above where the tourniquet would apply or could be applied. So that's going to be uncontrollable bleeding. The best you can do is press in that area and try to slow it down a little bit, but it's bleeding under pressure, so there's going to be a spurt with every heartbeat.
So, again, we're going to talk about the yellow, the fat.
Yes.
I got it. The pattern of the yellowing of the fat around these wounds, that doesn't appear to be a methodical infliction of injuries, does it?
I'm not sure what you mean by methodical.
It's not someone's intentionally trying to stab in a pattern.
I don't see a pattern of wounding here from the standpoint of go down one side, come back up another, or in a circle. I don't see that here. I see almost a randomness to it, but still a cluster.
So we talked about perimortem, antemortem, and when wounds can be inflicted. So would you agree that perimortem injuries can sometimes be difficult to distinguish from postmortem injuries because the body tissues might still be responding to trauma shortly after death?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what it is that you were actually asking.
The difference between perimortem and antemortem.
Well, again, antemortem is we know this person is alive. Postmortem is we know this person is already dead. Perimortem is in between those two. And it's all on a continuum. There's no rigid separations between them. So saying this one wound is definitely antemortem, that's possible to do. This one wound is definitely postmortem, that's possible to do. This wound looks more antemortem than postmortem, now we're in the perimortem category. And again, there's not rigid distinctions between them. So I'm kind of unclear what it is that you're...
Let me kind of lay a foundation there.
Okay.
You didn't notice in your report any postmortem wounds.
That's correct.
Any.
That's correct.
And when you're evaluating a body for postmortem injuries, there would be a lack of bleeding or tissue for that to react. Am I saying that correctly, Doctor?
Yes, you are.
Okay, all right. Would prolonged exposure to moisture or decomposition obscure the distinction between ante, peri, and postmortem?
Well, again, if we have immersion, total body immersion, then yes. And if it's there for a long enough period of time, both of those, if taken to an extreme, significantly farther along than Jasmine Pace's body was, then those factors of the decomposition and the moisture, the wetness, could affect it. But in her particular case, She's not immersed in water, she's simply wet. And she's not very decomposed, she's only in very early decomposition. So both of those factors that you're alluding to would have an effect if she were either found totally immersed, submerged in water, or she was significantly decomposed. But in this case, neither one plays into it.
So when you observe these wounds, none of them were healing, none of them were clotting, were
I'm sorry, the last word, clotted?
they? Clotting.
Clotted, no, they were not.
So the absence of any clotting or healing would mean that none of the injuries were inflicted long before you, right?
That is correct. These are all what we would describe as contemporaneous, that is inflicted around the same period of time.
With the body in the light state decomposition that it was, did you have any trouble or was it challenging to determine the timing of the injuries?
Timing as in their timing relative to each other, or?
No, the time they were inflicted, not the time they were injured.
You mean time since death, or
Time since this.
or time since from wounding to when body was examined? I'm not clear on.
Let me try that again. So the timing of the injuries from when they were inflicted until when you viewed, okay? How might the light state of decomposition or moisture, did that make this autopsy challenging?
Oh, in this particular, I understand what you're saying at this point. In this particular case, there's minimal interference by the stage of decomposition or the wetness of the body, because given the cold temperatures that surrounded this time in the year, her body's remarkably well preserved. And so the decomposition is, again, very early. And at a very early stage of decomposition, there's very little alteration in wounds or internal organs or structures. It's almost like what we would consider a fresh autopsy. There's a little bit, very, very little bit of difference in what we see, but you know, something that we're used to as forensic pathologists. This is not anything that's really challenging at all, to use the phrase. So from the standpoint of the wounding, time since the wound was inflicted to the time when the autopsy was done, that goes along with the stage of decomposition. And in this case, the decomposition, again, is very, very early. So that has more to do with what the wounds look like, the decomposition does, than any of the moisture or any of the rest of the factors. Because again, you saw the photos, and although you're obviously not used to seeing dead folks, she looks fresh, or very close to fresh. There's a little bit of decompositional change here and there, but for the most part, it's not an issue. Actually, for the all part, it's not an issue.
I'd like to talk to you about the handcuffs and shackles that you found during your autopsy, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't observe any significant injuries to the decedent's wrist, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And if you had, that would be consistent with struggling.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And during the autopsy, you found rust marks on her wrist and ankles, or ankle.
Yes.
And that's probably because those handcuffs were exposed to moisture.
Moisture, blood, and again, they're cheap handcuffs. These are not the typical law enforcement stainless steel, heavily chrome-plated handcuffs. These are cheap novelty, mild steel, very easily rustable items.
And I think you said on the rack you get these from places like Spencer's.
I use that as an example of a novelty store. I have never been to handcuff shopping at Spencer's, so they may not carry them, I don't want to disparage them. But something similar.
These are handcuffs that you can buy at I think you described it, any novelty type store.
Or I'm sure Amazon would be glad to sell them.
What are ligature marks?
Ligature marks are impressions in the skin where we're actually compressing the skin and squeezing the underlying fat to leave a permanent or relatively permanent mark, depending on how deep it is. We typically will see these in hangings. And what you see is the skin becomes sort of waxy and is a sort of a yellowish, waxy look to it, because what we're seeing now is the compression of the skin, and we're seeing through it to the underlying fat. And as you saw, the underlying fat is yellow. So we see this yellow, waxy shape to it, where the skin is actually indented. And again, we typically will see these in hangings because you have a fair amount of weight pressing on them. Anything that is less than that can be called a ligature mark, but unless it's fairly permanent, it's probably best to just describe it as what it is, an indentation or something similar, an abrasion if it is an abrasion, or a mark, patterned abrasion or impression. Impression is sort of the mild form of a ligature mark.
You didn't note any ligature marks or those types of abrasions in your report, did you?
I did not.
Do you know if those handcuffs and shackles, if they're a set, or do you know if they're from the same manufacturer or same brand?
I have no idea. The only marking on them is made in China, so there's no brand name on there.
One of the pair of handcuffs had a key attached to it,
It did. In fact, two keys.
and then both the handcuffs and the shackles had a mechanism on them that allows for any assistance.
I believe only the handcuffs, my recollection is that the shackles did not. They were slightly different design.
But the jury can always go back and look at those exhibits.
Yes, I may be incorrect, but I believe that's the case.
We had seen, I'm not going to read it, Exhibit 204, that showed the rusting on Jasmine's wrist.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do.
It's showing bruising.
No, sir.
The actual handcuffs themselves, what is this striation? If you know.
A striation is it's a form of a pattern injury, and it's caused by a man-made object that has a regularity to it. If, for example, well, we all have serrated knives at home. And if you take your serrated steak knife or whatever it is, and you scrape it sideways across butter, so you want to scrape up a little bit of butter. When you scrape that knife sideways across the butter, holding the blade upright like this, you'll get those little curls of butter, and you'll leave the ridges in the butter. Those are striations. The same thing occurs in bullets when they're fired through a gun. The rifling mark, the rifling in the gun's barrel leaves striations on the bullets. So striations are any sort of regular groove pattern that we see. We can see it in nature, particularly shark's teeth have striations to them, but that's not terribly common.
Did you examine the handcuffs or shackles for striation marks?
I'm not sure what it is that you're...
So there is, if a knife hit the handcuffs, that would make a mark, wouldn't it? Or it could?
It certainly could. That wouldn't necessarily be a striation. That would simply be a stripe mark on it. unless we have a serrated blade. So to answer that question, no, sir, I did not. I did not see any marks that would appear to be made by a knife striking the handcuff.
When you say the depth and trajectory of the wounds indicate consistent force in a short time frame?
I'm sorry, what was the modifier of force?
Force, consistent.
Consistent, as in they were all delivered with roughly the same amount of force? Is that? No, there's actually some that are quite shallow and some that are quite deep. So the force is fairly widely variable. If we assume that we're dealing with the same knife, then it's going to have the same sharpness on the point and the same edge. So depending on whether we're striking bone or not, if we use the same amount of force, we would expect it to go through muscle and soft tissue to the same depth. And since we have some that are pretty superficial or shallow and others that are quite deep, I would say there's a variable amount of force being exerted.
When you said, when we were looking at the carpet, you said that the body had to be rolled over, or could have been rolled over.
Yes, sir, I believe it probably was.
Did you go to Jason Chen's apartment?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know what room Jasmine Pace was killed in?
I do not.
Is it possible that she could have died right there and then rolled over on her back? From the fetal position to the supine position?
If that's the case, then if she was dead, then how would she roll? I'm not clear.
If someone moved.
Oh, she could be rolled.
Right.
Yes, okay, I was going to say dead people don't move themselves typically, but I understand if you're assuming that she's not in a fetal position and then was rolled and placed in a fetal position.
So it is your belief that she had to be moved immediately after the stabbing for that blood to go onto the carpet like?
Or at some point after the stabbing, because again, there's only a few places that have easy access to the outside world, if you will. And those are primarily the stab wound through the neck and the stab wound that goes, where the blade breaks off in the lung. The others are damaging vasculature deep inside with the exception of that ulnar artery. Now that of course is going to bleed because as you saw, it's got a very easy access to the outside world. So she's basically going to have blood inside of her that can now pour out. So at some point, and she may have been still alive when she was rolled onto that side, but had not yet bled to death. I can't tell you when in the sequence she was placed in that position.
And you can't tell whether she was conscious at that time?
No, sir, I cannot.
You didn't find any abrasions or bruises that would indicate blood dragging or grappling?
No, sir.
Because if she was moved from one room to another, you might find abrasions or scratches that would show her being dragged, right?
Yes, they might be there, but again, we're back to the absence of evidence. It's not evidence of absence, so lack of a finding doesn't tell us anything.
Doctor, are you aware that they never tested the blood from this carpet?
I'm not aware, sir.
You can't say definitively that that is Jasmine's blood. It's not.
No, sir, I can't, no.
You said her head was about right here?
I believe it was in this area.
And then the body's right here?
Yes, her back along here, her buttocks down here, the legs coming up here, foot down here, and arm here, in that general shape.
All the stab wounds were on the right side.
Correct.
And all the blood would have come out the neck, under the arm, on the right side.
Correct.
Why is there so much blood down by the lower extremities? Why is there blood where her feet?
Well, again, we're losing, or she's losing, a couple of quarts of blood, and they're being absorbed into the carpet.
Why are they going all the way down there and not staying up towards the top of the torso? It's a flat surface. It wouldn't roll down. The blood wouldn't roll down a flat surface.
No, it's not going to roll down, but you're on an absorbent surface. So if she's basically covered in blood and still bleeding, then we can get a pattern like this.
Is your conclusion that she was in the fetal position based on the fact, or based on the fact of how you found Jasmine in the suitcase?
No, it's actually based on the likelihood of where the stab wounds are clustered. Again, we have an area that's not much bigger than a piece of paper. If we just say chest and shoulder and neck, where all of her wounds are clustered, with the exception of the left arm, but the left arm itself, again, is free. So if someone is just standing there and they're upright and not in a position, a constrained position, then I would expect to see stab wounds all over the body. And there would be stab wounds to the front of the torso and the arms and the back of the torso. And this is how, when we see people being stabbed to death, it's a very active thing, because nobody just sits around and lets someone stab them. They try to run, they try to get away, they try to grapple, they try to do. But in this particular case, we have 60 stab wounds that are clustered in an area approximately this big. And the most logical way that that happens is if she is in the position as found, as I noted in the autopsy report, because in that position, all of those stab wounds and incised wounds and stab incised wounds can be easily inflicted without having to roll her around and a lot of movements. She can stay in that position and receive all of those stab wounds. And because of that, that's the most likely position she was in when her stab wounds were inflicted. Now, can I say categorically she absolutely had to be in that position? No, I cannot. But in order to then get all those stab wounds, you have to very carefully wait until she's in a position where this side of her is exposed, and only stab then. And that really isn't terribly logical or consistent.
So it's a coincidence that the position that you found her in the suitcase is the same as that when she died.
I don't know that that would be considered a coincidence. It's simply a lot easier. If she's already in a fetal position, then she's a lot easier to move into a suitcase than. So I don't really see that as a coincidence. That's simply consistent with.
What is rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the muscles after death.
How long does that take?
It depends is the correct answer. The books will give you all kinds of numbers and times when you'll start to see rigor mortis, and then rigor mortis is full 8 to 12 hours after death, and then it starts to fade after about 12 to 24 hours, and then by 48 hours it's gone. that is extremely variable. And the reason we laugh at it as forensic pathologists is the books and the TV shows all act like that is in a rigid time frame. The sequence is the same, but the time can be widely variable. And things that affect rigor mortis are things like how much exercise were you doing? How much lactic acid is built up in your muscles? Because that's what stiffens them. What is your muscle mass? Little children don't develop rigor mortis very well at all. Their rigor mortis, even full, is very weak because they have little muscle mass. Same thing with the little old ladies. People who are very bulky and robust and muscular, they may develop rigor mortis a lot faster. And it takes longer before it fades away, or what we call lysed or broken. So the amount just inside the body of change that can be produced on the timing of rigor mortis is pretty wide. Then we introduce environmental changes to it. And if you have a lot of air blowing across you, rigor mortis will set in quicker because your body cools faster. If you have a lot of clothes on, decomposition, including rigor mortis, will set in a lot quicker. There's a lot of the variabilities. Are you on carpet? Are you on a hard floor? Are you on bed? Are you covered up? Is it cold? Is it warm? Is it humid? Is it dry? These are all the variables that will affect the timing of rigor mortis. The stages all pass through the same set of stages, but the timing of them can be widely variable. So what it seems like in books and manuals and on the television is pretty misleading, actually. But it is basically the stiffening of muscles after death.
You don't know the length of time between her Jasmine's death and when she was placed in the suitcase.
That's correct, I do not.
It is possible during that time, Jasmine could have entered into murder, right?
Yes.
And that would have made it difficult to place her in a trash bag.
Or easier, depending. If someone is already in a very compact position, it's significantly easier to slide a compact, relatively almost football-shaped object into a trash bag than someone whose arms and legs are askew that you've got to try to pack in there and break the rigor mortis, that is to actually not break bones, but loosen the muscles enough so that you can bend them. So if she's already in that position, she's in a nice compact position, and it would probably be easier to put her in a trash bag.
What about into the suitcase?
Well, again, if she's in that nice compact position, and the suitcase is large enough to fit her in, then it's actually a matter of simply lifting her and placing her in the suitcase in much the same way that at autopsy, I lifted her off of the trash bags and placed her over on the autopsy table so we could move the trash bags.
Are you able to determine whether or not the handcuffs started that? Was she still in rigor when she was taken out of the suitcase?
No.
And I know I asked you timing, and it's all very nebulous. Are you able to tell when it ended?
No.
Are you familiar with the term overkill?
Yes.
What is it?
That's a term that is common in popular media. It's not typically used by forensic pathologists, but basically what it means is that more wounds are inflicted than are required to cause death. And the psychologist's version of this is that overkill reflects a passion of some sort, an emotional event where they're angry with the person that they're killing, and so they beat or stab or do a lot more damage to that person than would simply be required to cause their death. And the theory is that because knives and fists and clubs and other blunt instruments and sharp instruments are more personal, that's why overkill is not frequently done with firearms. Because with firearms, you shoot them a couple times, they're dead, and that's it. It's relatively dispassionate. But in a passionate encounter, especially with knives, it's sort of a release of the anger in the same way that beating the pillow or whatever would be done to release all of that pent up hatred or whatever that emotion is that's causing you to try to kill somebody.
You say anger, but there's a lot of different emotions and feelings and the heat of passion, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Please approach.
excessive injuries you observe are associated with excitement, correct?
Typically, yes.
And you tend to see overkill in situations when the attacker is excited, correct?
Again, typically, yes.
Do you believe that this is overkill in this case?
Well, again, this is not something that forensic pathologists, and particularly I, use as a usual term. There are certainly more injuries that are required to inflict death. And in fact, the injuries are not particularly, for the bulk of them, the injuries are not particularly life-threatening, but we do have a reasonable number of these injuries are significantly life-threatening. Certainly, they're all going to cause pain and they're all going to cause bleeding. The whole overkill thing is best addressed, I think, by the forensic psychologist as opposed to the forensic pathologist. And while we see these sorts of cases and they're labeled overkill, that's delving into people's minds is more of a psychiatry thing than a pathology thing.
Let me go back and ask you a couple questions about those handcuffs and shackles. Could they have been used to draw the body into a smaller position? Smaller than the fetal position that was already there?
Oh, smaller than the position as found? I don't believe so. The handcuffs, of course, just have a very short chain, 3 or 4 links. The shackle has a much longer chain, but that chain was used only on the right arm, and the right wrist was already shackled, or already handcuffed, rather, while the left arm was free. So it seems to me it would make more sense to attempt to attach the left arm to the ankle rather than the arm that you've already got attached to the ankle.
Is it possible, that's really my question. You weren't there, I wasn't there. Is it possible that handcuffs or strings could have made the body more compressed and smaller?
Well, certainly it's possible. As we always say, all things are possible that do not violate the laws of physics. As to whether they're likely or not, it just doesn't particularly make sense to do it that way. That doesn't mean that's not what happened.
One of the last things that you talked about on the record was the toxicology report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you indicate that THC was not present, but in the toxicology report, as we saw, it says that there was an interfering substance, and so it wasn't one. Why didn't you notice that or mention that in your report?
Well, because I don't have any value for THC. I don't have a positive or a negative. So it's, again, I don't have any data, so the toxicology screen is negative.
But lack of evidence is not evidence of anything, right?
That's absolutely correct. I can't tell you categorically that Jasmine Pace did not have THC in her system, nor can I tell you that she did. We don't have any data for that. And so if you don't have any data one way or the other, it's a negative test.
Is it conclusive? Not negative, right?
Well, the toxicology report, as
Just in regards to the THC.
well, just regards to THC, it's not even inconclusive. It's simply the test was not done because it could not be done.
So the test was not done. Not that it was negative. we don't know if Jasmine Pace had THC in her system scientifically, right?
Right, that's what I said. We don't know whether she did or whether she didn't because we couldn't test for it.
Because there was an interfering substance. Do
Right.
we know what the interfering substance is?
No.
What could it?
It could have been any one of a dozen or maybe even 100 different decompositional products. We simply don't know. That's not something that the toxicology lab is going to chase down because it doesn't really matter what the substance is that's interfering. It's enough that there is an interfering substance. It doesn't help you if you know that the chemical name of this interfering substance or substances, and it's more likely to be more than one. That doesn't help knowing that because you still don't have the answer to your question about THC.
You used the term I'm not familiar with, decomposition products. What is that?
Well, when we decompose, things break down. And for alcohol, for example, is a very good example of this. After we die, the bacteria in our gut will create alcohol and also consume alcohol, depending on which bacteria. We have probably half dozen or so different strains of bacteria in our intestines right now. Some of those will use alcohol as their fuel, some of them will create alcohol as a waste product. When you start to decompose, those bacteria are released from your intestines and they travel through your bloodstream or through your vasculature. You don't have a bloodstream anymore. And that's what creates that marbling look that we see in decomposition. Prior to that, just the enzymatic breakdown of cells will release a lot of products that are within the cell. Enzymatic breakdown is the first step before decomposition. And this is what is called autolysis or autolysis. Auto meaning self, lysis meaning break. So the body is literally digesting itself. And because of that, that's when we start to get into the decomposition from the intestinal bacteria. So in a dead person who is decomposed, we may get alcohol positive on a toxicology test. But that alcohol may be just from bacteria, or it may be alcohol that they drank. Typically, if it's above 0.10, we can be confident it's alcohol they drank because even the decompositional alcohols that have been seen over the decades in cases, they don't rise above 0.08, but so we have the fudge factor of 0.1. But there are other compounds. We have hundreds of compounds within our bodies, and as to which one is causing the interference, it could be multiple.
Well, you kind of jumped ahead for me, but let's go ahead and went where you went about the alcohol. You had said on the record that you didn't smell any alcohol, correct?
That is correct.
But you did send, I think you, how many bottles of blood did you take from Jasmine Pace?
Only the one.
Why only one?
That was all it was.
There was-
Remember, her vascular tree was empty.
So how many milliliters, or is that what you would measure it in?
That would be a 10 milliliter tube. This is, when you get your blood drawn, the big tubes that are about the size of your index finger, those are a 10 milliliter tube. They come in 10, 7, 5, and on down. The little ones that are used in hospitals. We only use the 10 milliliter tubes. And those tubes have a sodium fluoride preservative in them. The reason for that is that stops any enzymatic reaction within the blood. Certain things, compounds, particularly like cocaine, for example, will continue to break down spontaneously in the blood until you get it into a gray top tube which breaks that spontaneous degradation, so it preserves the parent cocaine before it goes to its metabolites. Alcohol, same thing. If we've got some decomposition, then the blood that we're sucking up into the tube also has some of that bacteria in there, and they will continue to change the concentration of alcohol in the specimen. So that's why we use the gray top tubes. In this particular case, as I noted, since the vascular tree is basically empty and I couldn't get any blood out of any place in there, I used the blood that was still in her right chest cavity, which would have been the blood that came out of her right lung. But that was enough to fill a tube, a tube.
Council approach for one, please.
This is the toxicology report,
Yes, there is.
and it looks like the tube that you used, it had a mass volume of 5.75 milliliters,
Correct.
and that's all the blood that you took from Jasmine Pace that you could have tested.
That I could, yes.
And so 3 different tests were performed, weren't there? Or I guess only 2 of 3 tests were performed.
Correct.
And we've already talked about THC. I don't want to go any more into that. But let's talk about Alyssa. It tested for all these other drugs. And why did an interfering substance mess up the mass spec, but didn't interfere with Alyssa?
Well, the answer to that is in your question, because these are 2 different testing protocols. So we have, this is HPLC, tandem mass spec, and these tests are run using ELISA, and all of these tests, the alcohols basically, are done using headspace gas chromatography. And so these are 3 different test protocols. And so then each protocol is defined as the best screen for these substances.
There are interfering substances in the blood, correct?
Yes.
And tell me, or if you have knowledge, whether or not that substance would have affected this test?
Well, no, because the ELISA tests are reported as not present. It's not reported as interfering substance.
I see.
If there was an interfering substance on these or on these, we would have had the same note, testing canceled due to interfering substance. So again, we're looking at three different things. It's kind of a Ford, Chevy, Dodge. You know, we've got, just because your Ford doesn't have this particular part doesn't mean that your Chevy or your Dodge is not going to have that part.
I understand, thank you. So let's talk about the alcohol. And that test was done with gas chromatography, right?
Correct.
And that test for alcohol came back negative.
Correct.
But you said the way a body decomposes, the bacteria in the gut might create alcohol.
Yes.
It might also consume alcohol.
Correct.
Talk more about that, please.
Well, again, decomposition, like anything else, is a spectrum. There's not two stages. There's not fresh and decomposed. As we die, we start to first autolyze, and then we start to decompose. In this particular case, Jasmine Pace's body is at the borderline, basically, of autolysis to decomposition. And again, as I noted before, she's got some very, very early signs of decomposition, but she is not decomposed. So she's at early decomposition stage, which would be basically autolysis. That's where we're just breaking down the cell walls and releasing everything inside our cells. With decomposition, we don't have to create alcohol. And in fact, much of the distinction between whether you create alcohol or consume alcohol, whether your gut bacteria does that, seems to have a lot to do with your diet. And the toxicologist will jokingly say, it depends on whether it was chili night last night. So that is a widely variable thing. You don't always see it, but when you do see it, again, anything less than a 0.10 is probably going to be decompositional if they're sufficiently decomposed. And that's going to be at a state significantly more advanced than what Jasmine Pace was.
But the extent of decomposition can be influenced by numerous factors, right? So the amount of time, obviously.
Yes.
The temperature.
Yes.
And so if this is the week of Thanksgiving in November of 2022 in Chattanooga, Tennessee, it's fall, it's cool out. Is that fair to say?
It is, yes.
And then other environmental conditions, and here the only other environmental conditions is we're adjacent to the Tennessee River. Is that fair?
That's at least where her body was found. Where it was in between then, I don't know.
Would being in a suitcase affect, or in a trash bag in a suitcase, have any effect on decomposition as well?
Certainly it will from the standpoint of external factors. Much of our decomposition has to do with flies. And flies lay eggs and maggots start to eat us, etc. And that's when we get into a bloated, putrefactive state. Again, we're nowhere near that yet. So the cooler we keep a dead body, and the more isolated from the outside environment that dead body is, the slower decomposition occurs. And this is exactly why at the medical examiner's office, all of the dead folks are in plastic body bags and in a cooler on stainless steel trays, because those are all the factors that will reduce the internal temperature of the body as quickly as possible and keep the environment away from it. So all of these things that you mentioned do affect decomposition. But in this case, we're not really dealing with very far into the whole decompositional process.
Alcohol also has a half-life in your body, right?
If you're alive, yes.
If you're not alive, does alcohol not dissipate?
Eventually, as the alcohol gets broken down by the decompositional bacteria running rampant, and again, we're at the bloat stage or even beyond, alcohol will tend to drop off because it's created and then it's used up. So the things you're talking about are far beyond the state of Jasmine Pace's body.
Well, we're talking about not just decomposition, but we're also talking about the length of time as well. So if Jasmine Pace died on November the 23rd, and you didn't do your autopsy until, was it December
1st.
December 1st, that's about a little over a week, or 8 days, correct?
Correct.
And during that period of time, the longer that period of time goes, the less likely you are to find alcohol, or alcohol will be detected.
No, sir, that's not correct. Because you're looking at decompositional alcohol in someone who is not really very decomposed. So it is not unusual at all. In fact, it's expected that even in someone who is bloated with decomposition, they're all turn multiple colors, have marbling, etc., and are no longer recognizable. I'm going to get alcohol on a toxicology test. So alcohol doesn't just go away.
But the fact that you didn't find any doesn't conclusively prove that she didn't consume alcohol the night that she died, right?
There's no alcohol in her blood. So she would have had to have died before it was absorbed into her blood.
And had she had a few glasses of wine, how long would it have taken her body to absorb that alcohol?
Well, typically with alcohol, you process and eliminate about 1 drink per hour, depending on your body size. In her case, because she's very small, she probably would not be able to eliminate more than 3/4, maybe even as low as a half a drink per hour. And a drink is defined as 1 glass of wine, 1 can of beer, 1 shot of liquor. They all contain the same amount of actual ethanol. So in the scenario that you're postulating, she would either have to have just had the alcohol before she starts to absorb any of it from her stomach and then be stabbed to death. Or she would have to drink the alcohol and stop drinking, and then at least an hour later, 1 glass of wine, and at least an hour later, probably closer to an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours, be stabbed to death. So if we have drink a glass of wine and half an hour later be stabbed to death, then that alcohol is going to be in her blood.
So if she had a glass of wine and it was, or maybe even 2 glasses of wine, and it was 3 hours later, it's possible that there would be no alcohol in the system.
It's possible that she would have eliminated that because, again, the general rule is 1 drink an hour. And that will allow you to absorb the alcohol and eliminate the alcohol, but it depends on size. And so you have to factor that in. In her case, I think your scenario of 2 drinks in 3 hours, that probably would reduce her alcohol down to at least almost nothing.
Well, that's, so we were talking about reporting rates. I assume this ethanol means, in layman's terms, drinking up the alcohol that you drink.
That's correct.
10 milligrams per deciliters. That's the limit of the test, right?
Right, that's the lower limit.
So you can't say that Jasmine had no alcohol in her system. It could be that Jasmine didn't have enough alcohol in her system above the reporting limit, correct?
Which then is a negative test, because the lower limits are there for a reason. It's because below that limit, or below that concentration, you're in that noise zone, and you don't know whether it's there or you don't, or not.
She could have had 2 milligrams of deciliters of alcohol in her system. It's possible.
Again, all things that don't violate the laws of physics, et cetera, it's possible.
And that doesn't violate
But-
the laws of physics, right?
It does not. And
it doesn't violate
Objection, Your Honor. If you ask the question, the witness gets the answer.
Let him finish the answer, Mr. White, then he can follow the
my
question.
apologies.
if her alcohol level is at that concentration, that is a negligible concentration. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason that blood alcohol levels for DUI, for example, are set where they are. Other European countries, some of them set their DUI level at a 0.02. And remember, this is, when we're talking about these milligram per deciliter, that is not the same as a blood alcohol concentration. So when we talk about a 0.01, that is 100 milligrams per deciliter. And so the number that will be reported would be in milligrams per deciliter, and also additionally as a BAC, the blood alcohol concentration. So a 0.08, which would be the legal limit in Tennessee, would be reported as 80. So there's a big difference in units, because the actual, or there's a big difference in numbers, excuse me, because the units are significantly different.
You had talked about strangulation, correct?
Yes.
And you had shown a picture. You said that you could not determine one way or another about manual strangulation, correct?
That's correct.
You wrote this report in this case,
I did.
and the report was accurate to the best of your ability,
Yes, sir.
and as thorough as you can be.
Yes, sir.
I don't think anyone would ever question you on your thoroughness, correct?
I would hope not, but it could happen.
And it was complete.
Yes, sir.
And you haven't made any updates or supplements to this?
I have not.
Well, in your report, you used the word unremarkable a lot. What does unremarkable mean?
Unremarkable means exactly that. There's nothing different about this particular thing that is unremarkable than in every other random normal autopsy. Basically, it's saying normal. But there's, of course, a variation of normal. There's a normal range for things like organ weights or what they look like, but
So if you look at your external examination, second paragraph, how do you describe the neck?
the neck is unremarkable. There's a reason for that, and the reason is very specific, because as I mentioned earlier, in the autopsy report, we don't want to have anybody reading that report have to hunt through the whole document to find the important things, the things that are associated with the death. So if there's something that's associated with the death or is significant, that goes in the injury section. Everything below the injury section, from here down, is assumed to be that person prior to the injury event, whatever the injuring event was. So when I say this is unremarkable, that's unremarkable, that means this is the condition of that person absent the injuries.
Now, we just said your report is going to be accurate, complete, and thorough, right?
Yes, sir?
Where can I find anything about manual strangulation in your report?
You can't, because again, I'm going to report what I see, what is there. That's not a report for speculation or supposition or anything that might be but isn't provable or demonstrable. So could there be manual strangulation? Yes. Do I have any data to tell you that there was? No. I have, as noted in the injury section, abrasions and contusions of the neck. That's all I can do with those. I can't tell you that those are associated with a manual strangulation or any other kind of non-sharp force injury other than these are blunt force injuries of abrasions and contusions or bruises. But I can't tell you what those mean because I don't have enough other data. So if I don't have enough other data, I can't call it a manual strangulation, but I can say I see these things. And the interpretation of those is something that doesn't belong in an autopsy report unless it's documentable and is something that can be diagnosed from the findings. Because all that is a medical report that has the observations, the findings, and the diagnoses. It doesn't have any sort of what if.
Yeah, not a doctor. Contusions and bruises, are those kind of synonymous?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Did you find any contusions or bruises on the front side of Jasmine Pace?
No, not on the front of her torso. The side of the torso, yes.
Like, so what, that contusion, could that have been caused by falling on an object?
It could, yes.
Could it have been caused by slamming back into a doorknob?
It's a fairly large contusion for that, but it's certainly possible depending on how easily she bruised, basically, is because as we all know, young women tend to bruise relatively easily. That's fairly common.
So hypothetically, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
so hypothetically, if she were kicked and she fell down.
Kicked.
Kicked and fell down on an object or hit a doorknob or the side of the counter, could it have caused that contusion? Yes, contusion?
Yes. It's a large contusion, but it has no pattern to it. In other words, there's no shape to it that allows me to say what the inflicting object is. A lot of times we can see corners, or we sometimes can even see the tread mark of a shoe sole or a ring impression, something like that in there. In this case, well, you saw the picture, it's just a large contusion. And so really there's not much that can be said about it. There's no fracture of the ribs underneath it. There's no laceration of the liver underneath it. It's just a bruise.
What's going on here?
So,
Thank you, Dr. Costello.
we've been in session about 2 hours now since lunch. We'll take our mid-afternoon break. come back in 15 minutes when that clock says 3:45, and Tim will resume your regret at that point.
Well,
I feel so broken down now.
it does catch up to me. I've definitely had to add yoga to my weekly routine.
You know that happens,
Understand that. Can I have my DVD? Thank you.
Whatever, Mr. White. Oh, there he is. Yeah, bring Mr. Chen. As soon as the courtroom, you can ring the jury when they're ready. Please be seated. Moment, you may regret.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, based upon your examination of Miss Jasmine Pace, were you able to ascertain the position that she was in at the time the injuries that you documented in your autopsy report were inflicted upon her body?
I believe that the injuries were most likely inflicted in the same position in which he was found, that is, in that fetal position.
When you say the position as found in the fetal position, sir, I am now showing you on the screen what's been admitted into evidence as Collective Exhibit 2045. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
your response to that question?
I believe that it's most likely that they were all inflicted in that position.
And so we're clear when we're talking about the injuries, sir, what we're talking about is in 204-15.
Yes, sir.
Is it also your testimony, sir, that on cross-examination that Ms. Pace was in that position that we saw in the preceding photograph, but not moving,
That's correct.
staying put?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that placing a person into that fetal position makes it easier to inflict injuries?
Well, certainly that cluster of injuries is very easy to do in that position or to inflict.
Counsel also asked you questions on cross-examination about having somebody in that fetal position would make it easier to place in garbage bags. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
Would you agree that it would make them easier?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that it would also then make it easier to place Jasmine Pace into the suitcase?
Yes, sir, it would.
Would you agree, sir, that overkill can also be a desire to kill?
It may be, but again, I prefer to leave that to the psychiatric side of the house.
Defense counsel asked you a question that elicited a very interesting response. You said that dead people don't tend to move. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I do.
Okay. Meaning that a person who is deceased doesn't tend to move around much. Is that correct?
Well, certainly they can be. Occasionally gravity will take over depending on how precarious their position is, but that's really gravity moving them, not obviously any volitional movement.
Doctor, I'm now going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as 204-3. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is one of the shackles that was around Jasmine Pace's ankle and elbow.
For the record, Judge, I'm retrieving Exhibit 206. Just 1 second, Doctor. I now pulled up 203-3. Do you see the shackles in that?
I do, yes, sir.
The shackle with the chain, where was that on Miss Pace's body?
That's around the right forearm near the elbow. You can actually see this shackle and the chain, and you can see the upper arm bone and the 2 forearm bones right here. The other side of that is this part down here, which you can see the lower leg bone and the foot bones down here.
And where would that have been in relation to the carpet that we see here?
Well, if we assume that Jasmine Pace is on the carpet, right side down, head toward Mr. Boyle, then we have, Your Honor, may I step down?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And if we place her head here in this area, and her back going this way, then the shackle, this one being the one around the right upper arm, is going to be in this position right along here.
You said it there, sir?
Yes, sir.
And doctor, I'm now handing you the other half of the shackle. It appears to have how many links connected to it?
This has, well, one long one and a short one. So this would be, again, we were looking at it reversed for most of the time. So this is actually going to be in this area, I believe, based on the x-ray that we're seeing there.
Thank you, sir. Counsel asked you if you had an opportunity to go to the crime scene. I believe your response was no, you have not.
That's correct.
Doctor, I'm now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as 127-2.
Terry, can you turn his microphone around, please?
Yes, sir.
Sir, would you please familiarize yourself with 127-2?
Yes, sir, I recall seeing this photo.
So you've seen that photograph before?
Yes, sir.
You know where that photograph was taken?
I'm told that it was taken at Mr. Chen's apartment.
Do you see any objects in that photograph that you see in the courtroom here today?
It appears to be that rug or portion of carpet, rather, that is currently on the floor of the courtroom.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, do you see where the spray bottle is located? Over there on the bottom left-hand corner of this photograph.
Yes, sir, I do.
I'm now showing you 127-5. You see that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to return the shackles to your folder. I'm going to peel back, if you will, the carpet. You see the pad that's below the carpet?
Yes, sir.
You see the pad on the carpet in the photograph?
Yes.
Is the staining pattern on the carpet and the pad consistent with what you see in the photograph?
It is.
Showing that it has been overlaid from being adjacent to the wall, laid over on itself.
Yes.
And you do see the stains all the way through to the subfloor.
Yes.
Is that a lot of blood that you see there?
That is a fair amount of blood. Yes, it is.
Would that quantity of blood constitute a large portion of the missing volume of blood from Miss Pace's body?
Yes.
Keeping in mind that stain, try to memorize it in your head. Now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as 127-13. Do you see the bed that has now been placed up against the wall furthest away in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that it's where that carpet had actually been folded over onto itself in the preceding photograph?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir. I can have a moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity, Doctor, to look at the Blue Star photographs in this case?
Yes, I have.
Objection.
Basis 31 approach.
This was not a topic that I covered in my cross-examination.
Movement of the body absolutely was, Judge.
I never talked about the star with the
Well, certainly talked about blood, it's part of the, Dr. Cogswell's testimony throughout about the large amount of blood that was apparently missing from the victim's body. Blue star has to do with where the blood was on the surface where the stakes go. If not, then you can feel free to renew your objection. I just want to
If I had it darkened a little more if possible. Not possible?
I got them all
It's okay, thank you, sir. You see the blue star reaction?
Yes, sir.
I'd also like to draw your attention, you see the corner of the door frame right there? In the center? Yes, sir, right there. And do you see the evidence marker right next to it?
I do.
Number 6. I'm going to go back to that first photograph that I showed you, Doctor. Does that appear to be the same door frame?
Certainly, it's a door frame just like it.
Defense counsel asked you on cross-examination whether or not you knew of any items of carpet that been submitted to the TBI crime lab for testing. Recall that question?
Yes, sir, I do.
You see how the carpet, in this particular case, sir, extends all the way past the door frame?
Yes, in this area?
Yes, sir, where it transitions from one room to another.
Yes.
Specifically, and I'll zoom in right on it. Trigger is located on the spray bottle.
Yes.
Based upon your cross-examination, would it be your understanding that no item samples of carpet were taken in close proximity to that blood stain right there?
That would appear to be the case, yes, sir.
You would agree that's a 6?
Yes.
Handing what's been admitted into evidence is Exhibit 141. Do you mind reading the description?
Carpet sample with possible blood. The location is bathroom/bedroom transition southeast of shower.
Now I'm going to show you another photograph, Doctor. You see the evidence marker 6?
Yes,
You see the carpet?
I do.
Does that appear to be the same transition from one room to another with that door frame?
Yes, sir, it does. The evidence marker is also number 6.
Do you mind reading the orange tape at the bottom of 141, sir?
The evidence tape at the bottom, it has the numeral 6 with a circle around it and initials, who I assume is the recovering party or the packaging party.
Sure. Specifically, sir, this tape right here, what does that say in the small print?
Oh, TBI Crime Lab.
Let me show you another photograph, Doctor. See the number 9 right there?
I do.
Do you see the reddish substance adjacent to the right of the number 9?
In this area right here.
Yes, sir. Another photograph of it?
Yes, sir.
Handing you has been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 142.
Which is, again, got TBI Crime Lab.
And the item number indicated?
The item number is number 9, and it's described as carpet sample with blood.
Now I'm going to show you another crime scene photo, Doctor. You see the number 6?
Again, yes, sir.
And you see the number 9.
I do.
Thank you, sir. The injuries inflicted on Miss Pace's body occurred at various stages, including ante-mortem,
Yes, sir.
paramortem,
Yes, sir.
but not postmortem.
I didn't see anything that I considered to be definitively post-mortem, so that is correct.
Sure. Now, Doctor, but in the paramortem category, the spectrum that you described to this jury,
Yes, sir.
some of them are closer to ante-mortem. Some of them are closer to postmortem.
That's correct.
And it took how long for Miss Jasmine Pace to succumb to her injuries?
Question asked and answered. It was not on a direct hand cross.
I think based on cross-examination, on timing of how closely spaced the blows were, that state can ask this question again. If you want to recross to get a point in, certainly can, Mr. White, overrule this one.
You would agree some of them are in the early portion,
Yes, sir.
some of them are in the later portion.
That's correct.
Which means that the injuries inflicted on her with a cutting instrument span anywhere from 0 seconds, 30 seconds, to 5 minutes.
It's certainly possible. It's also possible that it was significantly shorter for the infliction of injuries, not necessarily for death.
Sure. But what is absolutely certain is that some of the injuries were inflicted after massive trauma had already been inflicted on Jasmine Pace.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, Doctor, the toxicology report that counsel was asking you about referenced several categories in the one of the 3 batteries that I'd like to bring to your attention, and I'll pull it up here in just a second. Drawing now your attention to the second page of the toxicology report. What are cannabinoids? You can see right here.
That's basically marijuana. It's marijuana and its metabolites and any related substances.
So what you're saying is, Doctor, the broad spectrum that covers THC was tested for?
It was, and again, that was by the ELISA method, not the method with the interfering substances.
The interfering substances of the test, the previous test, which was labeled,
That was the HPLC.
yes, so the HPLC is designed to differentiate between the various cannabinoid metabolites. Is that correct?
Correct. Both the parent drug and each one of the metabolites. We have the delta-9 and the 11-hydroxy delta-9 and the delta-9 carboxy. Those on the left are metabolites of the delta-9, which is the active compound in marijuana.
Some of them are psychoactive, some of them aren't.
Correct.
But what that means is that would be useful for you determining how far it had been processed through the deceased person's body?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other test that was performed, the ELISA test, the next one down on the list, testing for cannabinoids, would just tell you generally there is a broad spectrum of substances that we're looking for that fall under the umbrella of cannabinoids,
Yes, sir.
okay, including the preceding 11-hydroxyl delta-9 THC, delta-9 carboxyl THC, and delta-9 THC.
Yes, sir. Again, these are all a family of drugs. For example, opiates. And
Sure.
I believe we have a category for opiates. Opiates in general is going to include things like morphine, heroin, oxycodone, oxymorphone. All of these things that are opiates are going to fall under that large umbrella. But we have specific testing for oxycodone and oxymorphone because it's so commonly abused. They are opiates, but the opiate test is sort of a global test for everything that's there. And to use my clumsy pickup truck analogy, this is like saying white pickup trucks. Okay, so is it a Ford, is it a Chevy, is it a Toyota, is it, well, you just asked me to look for white pickup trucks. And since I didn't see any white pickup trucks, it doesn't matter whether they were Fords or Chevys or anything, because they're not there.
So to insinuate that we don't know whether there was cannabinoids in Jasmine Pace's blood would not be correct.
If we're looking at the family of cannabinoids, that is correct. If we're looking specifically at THC, we don't know whether she did or did not have THC, but we know she didn't have the specific family of cannabinoids under that heading.
But if she had THC in her system, she would also show us having cannabinoids.
We should see it under ELISA, yes.
And that test was performed, it was not interfered with because it's a different process to produce the result.
Correct.
And you didn't smell alcohol, and the testing doesn't show alcohol,
That is also correct.
just like it doesn't show cannabinoids.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Is that why you put on your report negative?
Yes.
Have a moment.
Nothing further, Judge.
Yes, please.
Dr. Cotswell, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 192. Can you identify what you see on the screen there?
This looks like a sales receipt from a company called Elevated Hemp Company with what I'm assuming is some THC type product. I don't go to those stores, so I'm not really sure what I'm looking at.
You know, trying to use that kind of guy. What is the, it says customer name. What's the customer name right there?
The customer name is Jasmine Pace.
And you don't know if Jasmine Pace used any of the, we can see that she bought these products, but we don't know if she used these products. Right?
That's correct, we don't.
But hypothetically, let's assume that she did use these products. Is there a reason why that the use of these products wouldn't show in your toxicology report? Or the toxicology report, not yours?
Well, if they either haven't been used frequently or recently, if she's metabolized off those, whatever those are, or if she hasn't yet taken it, if there's been enough time between her last dose, if you will. The other option that's there is that we don't, I'm assuming because this seems to be hemp related, that these are supposed to contain some degree of THC. We have nothing that tells us that they actually do, or they may in fact have something other than THC. They may have, for example, kratom or metragine, that also is sometimes sold. I think it's still illegal in Tennessee, I'm not sure. But that is on gun barrels, so.
And just to make sure, what is the date of that receipt?
That's the 22nd of November of 22.
A week before your autopsy?
Yes.
And you talk about a family of cannabinoids, right?
Yes.
And so there's delta THC9A, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a long list of delta THC9, O, and all those different things.
There are many, yes, sir.
Would that toxicology report necessarily find evidence of that in her system?
The ones that it would test for, had it not been for their interfering substances, are listed there. They're the common ones with the carboxy delta and I'm blanking on the other metabolite. It would be the
Take your time.
two that were under the 11-hydroxy and the delta-9 carboxy would be the common ones that are tested.
But there's other
all of those more esoteric ones, if you will, wouldn't be in that panel.
So there's other, I like your word, esoteric, other types of esoteric THC that toxicology report wouldn't be looking for.
The one that was not tested shows you what the test would have tested for.
And then not only are there different types of THC delta 9, there's THC delta 8,
Yes.
and there's THC delta 10.
Yes.
Would this toxicology report test for those substances?
Not that specific report Because again, it shows you the 3 substances it tests for, but as Mr. Boyle pointed out, we have the ELISA test that tests for the general family of cannabinoids. And I do have access to the laundry list of everything that would come up under the cannabinoids. I don't have that on the top of my head, nor do I have a copy of that. So I can't say specifically which of the esoterics, if you will, that would be included in that testing.
And then there's also THC Delta 9, and it is legal in Tennessee as long as it's less than 0.03%. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no, sir.
There's also just regular CBD that doesn't have any THC. Are you familiar with CBD?
I am familiar that it exists, yes, sir.
And would that have, even the ELISA test, would that have picked up on?
Again, I would have to review what the ELISA test will pick up on. There are probably a few dozen different compounds under most of these categories. Because again, what we're seeing on the ELISA test is general families of drugs. And within each of these families, there are going to be numerous metabolites, variants on the theme, and more unusual compounds. So to answer your question, I can't tell you whether what Jasmine Pace was on that receipt. I can't tell you what was in it and how much was in it, and whether it would have shown up on any of the NMS testing.
Thank you, Doctor. Just one moment. Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
Does the jury have any questions for Dr. Cogswell? Cogswell, the jury has some questions for you. So I'll ask them, but if you can face the jury with an answer, please. CSU used Blue Star agent that revealed blood in other locations of the apartment. Based on your autopsy, can you say that the victim's injuries may have occurred in more than just a single bedroom?
Yes, they could have. Again, I think the most likely is that the injuries were inflicted in the area in which, or in the position in which she was found. That does not preclude some of those injuries being inflicted elsewhere in the apartment, or that when her body was being moved, that some blood leaked out and was found elsewhere in the apartment.
Are you able to identify if any of the wounds were cleaned with peroxide or alcohol?
No, I'm not.
Were Jasmine Pace's pants tested for anyone else's DNA or fingerprints, if you know?
I do not know.
Would you be able to identify if carpet fibers were found in any of the wounds inflicted on the body or anywhere on the body?
I found no carpet fibers in the wounds themselves. Some hairs were recovered off of her clothing and her body. Those were all submitted to Chattanooga PD. As to what the test results showed, I don't know.
Did you examine Jasmine Pace's body for someone else's, in this case, Jason Chen's fingerprints and DNA? I think I'm gonna read this the way I think it was meant to be asked. Did you swab the victim's body or examine it in any way for anyone's fingerprints or DNA?
No, in her case, fingerprints would not be something that we could retrieve because the body is wet. For the same reason, swabbing for DNA is not going to really be terribly helpful because, again, she's wet, she's covered in a film of blood. So the question becomes, where do you swab? And it could be anywhere. So to answer that question, no.
Was the blade able to be examined for fingerprints after being removed from the body?
The portion of the blade was submitted to Chattanooga PD, and as to what testing was done, I do not know.
If no other knife was used, is it safe to say that the final wound was when the blade broke off in the lung?
Not necessarily. You would think so, but again, because most stab wounds are not straight in and out using the point of the blade, but are delivered on an arc, the snapped off portion of the blade, or the remaining portion of the blade, still has a sharp point right at the bottom edge, and that can start the knife into the body. It's not as efficient as an intact knife, but certainly some of the injuries, particularly those that are simply incised wounds, for example, on the back of the head and on the shoulder, that complex incised wound, those could certainly be done with that knife without the tip of the blade still on it.
Does it appear that all the wounds were inflicted by the same knife?
It is certainly likely, but it is not impossible that a second knife was used. However, the dimensions of the wounds don't say categorically this is two knives. So there's going to have to be some overlap. For example, a significantly smaller knife, like a pocket knife, would not be involved in this.
This is similar to a question that was already asked, but just different enough to be distinct. Was the wound that left the end of the knife in the body an ante or peri-mortem wound?
That was an ante-mortem wound. There's significant bleeding associated with that wound, not only in the skin, but also down in the muscle, as well as in the lung.
Approximately how many of the 60 wounds were definitely ante-mortem or definitely peri-mortem? You may exclude those that are neither.
Since it's a continuum and there's no sharp cutoffs, they can be only generally put into categories of ante and peri-mortem. Of the 60 wounds, and there's going to be some overlap, approximately half are ante-mortem, tending into the peri-mortem wounds. There's a few at either end that I can be definitive about, but the majority of them sort of blend together and the middle area is kind of fuzzy. So the safest thing to say is approximately half of them are certainly ante-mortem, but some of those toward the tail end are getting into or close to the peri-mortem category.
There were a number of questions asked about self-defense. That's beyond this witness's scope of expertise, so those won't be asked. Was the giant perforating neck wound pointing up or down?
That was the edge of the blade was downward, and the general pathway of the blade was obviously from right to left, somewhat downward and a little bit forward.
What percent of the wounds are superficial, shallow, or deep?
That's approximately 10% of the wounds are going to be superficial. Another 10% or so, maybe 20% would be shallow. It depends on how you define shallow. And certainly some of the incised wounds are going to fall into that category. In fact, virtually all of them would be shallow. The rest of them would be deep wounds. So even saying there's some overlap, certainly at least half to 60% are deep wounds. And the remainder would be shallow wounds with a few superficial ones in there as a very low percentage.
How many of the wounds are pointing down?
The majority of, virtually all of them go from right to left. Most of them have a slight downward trajectory. Some of them have a little bit of an upward trajectory. The majority, however, are going to be pointing downward and into the body. The ones on the front will be going toward the back. The ones on the back will be going toward the front. So they're going to be going toward the core of the body. But the majority are going to be pointing downward as opposed to upward. Although we did talk about a few that had an upward pathway, particularly one in the back of the arm that went up into the axillary area.
Where were the most ante-mortem, i.e. first and earliest, wounds inflicted?
It's approximately an equal distribution. There's obviously a lot of head wounds, and there's fewer wounds to the torso and the shoulder, but if we take percentages, there's approximately an equal percentage of head wounds and torso wounds that are going to be the ante-mortem wounds. But because the head has more wounds, head and neck, then that's going to have a greater number of wounds.
I think you just answered this one. Just to further clarify, where were the most peri-mortem, i.e. last wounds inflicted?
The most, just by number, the most peri-mortem wounds are going to be in the head area simply because there's more wounds there. For example, the one on the left eyebrow that actually went through the eyeball itself, and the one on the chin is getting close to peri-mortem wounds. But again, based on percentage distribution, it's fairly evenly spread throughout that whole cluster. And I may add in there that the left hand wounds tend to be a little bit more in the peri-mortem realm than in the ante-mortem realm. I sort of didn't discuss those yet.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that this victim was strangled?
That's a difficult question to answer, and the answer
Well,
to
let me
that,
stop you right there, Doctor. If it's something where you don't feel, nobody wants you to speculate. You certainly are an expert with a vast background, great relevant experience, but truly, if you think you're speculating, I prefer you not answer that question. If you think you can answer it to some reasonable degree of medical certainty, please answer it.
I would say this, rather than saying, I don't know, I have external injuries, that is the abrasion contusion, that can be consistent with strangulation. I don't have internal injuries that are consistent with strangulation, but I also have an overlay of sharp force injuries. So you've heard me talk at length, till you're probably sick of it, about all of these injuries. And the simple thing is, it is possible, but I can't go farther than it is possible.
This may be a similar question. Is it likely that some of the wounds were inflicted while the victim was not in the fetal position, even though at least most of the wounds were inflicted while the victim was in the fetal position?
It's certainly possible. As to the likelihood, I would put that as fairly low. Again, because of the clustering nature of all of these wounds, and also because the positioning of the body as found in that fetal position allows all of those wounds to be inflicted without requiring any movement on her part. So could some of them have been elsewhere? Yes, absolutely, as long as they are in that area. And then an overlay of other wounds once in that fetal position.
I believe you asked this or answered this already to a differently worded question. I'll ask this particular version. Would the wound where the knife tip broke off in the lung be considered the last stab wound?
Again, it doesn't have to be. And she certainly could have received multiple other wounds simply with the broken end of the knife, because again, the knife is usually going to be coming in at an angle. So you do have a point, just a 90-degree point, as opposed to that 30-degree point.
Was the victim, if you know, was the victim's shirt ever found and collected?
I do not know.
Does amount of blood collected impact percentages that could result in testing? I.e., very small amount collected, would more blood confirm more accurate results?
No, the amount of blood collected is sufficient to run the test. If it's an insufficient quantity, then the toxicology lab will tell us, not sufficient to run the test. We suggest doing targeted testing or this. They actually don't need anywhere near the amount of blood we give them. They can actually make do with 2 milliliters of blood. We usually send a 10 milliliter tube, but as you saw in this particular case, it was just under 6 milliliters. So there was plenty of blood. More blood would not actually have changed the results at all.
Okay, thank you. Can you redirect based on what the jury asked?
Yes, Your Honor, those raise some questions. Doctor, you're asked some questions by the jury regarding injuries caused by the knife after it was broken off in Jasmine Pace's lung.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to draw your attention specifically, sir, to some of the injuries to Jasmine Pace's head and face. And I'm going to start with what you described in your autopsy report as a 3/8 inch stab wound. Oh, wait. Can we have the... 3/8 inch stab wound in the chin. We see this here. Does that injury appear to have been inflicted with the knife
blade, the tip still intact?
It could be. Again, the knife, after it's actually broken off, still has a point, but it's a 90-degree point. And since you have the curved surface of the chin, if you have a 90-degree corner meeting a curved surface, you can actually create that wound very easily. It would be basically the same as the corner of this paper coming onto a curved surface, and you can easily see how that would actually stab into the curved surface. So yes, this could be one of the wounds inflicted after the point is broken off.
Are there any of the injuries to Jasmine Pace that you can definitively say is prior to the knife being broken, other than the wound which resulted in the knife blade breaking off?
Again, since I don't know the length of the blade, the wound through the throat that actually perforates is unlikely to be with a broken knife. I would say that blade was intact at that time, simply because of the length and also because it's going through multiple different structures and it is going deeply. So if you have a blunt face there, even though the bottom edge is sharp, it's going to be a lot harder to push all the way through the neck and the skin to come out on the other side. Similarly, the wounds in the axilla and the back of the arm, these are...
Explain that, Judge. I'm sorry, Dr. Constable.
Certainly, if you've got it readily available. And the wound that's close to the complex wound that actually has the broken knife blade, if we look, this one is almost certainly with an intact knife. This one obviously has the broken blade in it. This one is going to require an intact knife because of the depth and the fact that it's actually getting through bone. Now, going through bone may actually have cracked the blade, or whatever caused the very tip of the knife blade to break off may have cracked the blade and made it weaker and more prone to breakage. We're just going through the ribs. These stab wounds are almost certainly with an intact blade, as is this one, because of the depth that they're going. This wound also is going to be with an intact blade because it goes all the way into the mouth, through the neck and the base of the tongue. Wounds up here, while they're stab wounds, they don't go very deep. They stop at the skull. So the depth on these wounds is going to be on the order of a ½ inch or so, perhaps a little bit deeper. As far as the hand goes, this is a complex wound, and it can be done with a broken knife tip, but this one that goes all the way through the hand is not going to be. So with the two of them, they're very close together. They're likely to be inflicted in close temporal proximity, that is, close in time. So this one is likely not going to be from the broken knife. And certainly the ones that penetrate through the palm and through the finger are going to require a tip being on that blade. This one is basically an incised stab wound, and mostly incised, so it could be done with the broken blade. Some of these other ones, you can see how small they are, and they're on a relatively flat surface. So if you only have that 90-degree corner, you're not going to be able to make a wound that long without going deeper than these wounds are. So those are going to be with the knife intact.
Dr. Cogswell, by its very nature, does the fetal position that one of the jurors asked you about require an orientation to a surface?
Yes, you cannot achieve a fetal position legged squat. But a fetal position, when that term is used, it would mean someone is lying down. And it may be on a bed, it may be on a floor, but curling up into that position doesn't necessarily require it, but it's very difficult to achieve it without lying down.
You mentioned squatting fetal position.
Well, a squatting position, if you're able to squat flat-footed, which I am not, but some people can actually squat flat-footed, and if they were to bring their arms together, functionally you've got basically a fetal position. If you tip them over on their side, it would not look materially different than Jasmine Pace's position.
So either balled up on your side or balled up on your feet.
Right. Or, let me expand on that, or you could be balled up on your back. If you're lying on your back and you pull your legs up, if you can get them up that high and cross your legs, you can do that. We all did that as kids and rocked back and forth on our backs. So that would also be a possible fetal position.
Can we rule out any of those three fetal positions based upon the injuries that we see on the screen?
Well, since we don't have injuries in the front of the torso, we know that the front of the torso is protected, and that's legs and arms doing that. We only have, again, as you've heard so many times, that cluster of wounds on the right head, shoulder, upper back area. So if you can access those areas, you could be in any position as long as those areas are available to be stabbed. So if you lie on your side with your right side up, those areas are available to be stabbed. If you're able to balance on your feet while squatting and be stabbed 60-some times without falling over or spreading out your arms or in some way changing your position, that is also possible. Lying on your back, that's going to be very difficult because we have wounds in the back. So the overwhelming likelihood is that she's lying on her side.
So it's the stabs in the back that can eliminate the back position?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I have no further questions.
Doctor, you cannot say definitively Jasmine Pace was stabbed with a broken leg?
I cannot. It's certainly possible, but I can't say definitively that she was.
What was it? Anything's possible? What was your line?
All things are possible that do not violate the laws of physics.
And you cannot say definitively in what room of the apartment Jasmine Pace had, in what room she died.
That is also correct.
Thank God.
Do you have any further questions based on what the statement?
Thank you, Dr. Cogwell. See you again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The state recalls Kristen Schubert.
Or she's going to go to this room. Get like a brief break. Unless any of the jurors would also like a break. Go ahead.
Soundly swear from that's where I can get the truth for all people, nothing but the truth, so I'll be done.
Welcome back, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Investigator Kristen Schubert, Schubert.
And
testified previously about processing Ms. Jasmine Pace's vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And it's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 208, 1 through 3. Are you familiar with what's in this collective exhibit?
Yes, I am.
And what do they show?
These are exterior pictures of Jasmine Pace's vehicle.
Did they fairly and accurately show it when you searched it?
Yes.
Move to admit it to evidence 2081. First reading.
So 208.
2081 through 3.
So admitted.
Now, ma'am, Dr. Cogswell just testified about collecting various items of evidence during the autopsy. One of those items is 207. Please familiarize yourself with number 207. What is that item?
This is the underwear and pad collected from the medical examiner's office after autopsy.
You were not present during the autopsy itself,
I was not.
so this had to come to you after Dr. Cogswell collected it.
That's correct.
He's the first link in the chain of custody.
Yes.
Next, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 155. Would you please identify that for the jury?
This is a sanitary pad that was collected outside the dumpster at 110 Tremont Street.
And Your Honor is maybe just showing you. I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence in this case from the dumpster outside of 110 Tremont Street. (83-6). If testimony previously was this item, 155, was the item that we see in between the two white shoes and the blue jeans and underwear. Have you had an opportunity to review this item before?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to compare the sanitary pad that we see in 83-6 with the sanitary pad collected during the autopsy examination by Dr. Cogswell?
I did a visual examination of those January 8th.
And what if any correlation is there between the two?
All I could say is that it was similar, or it was similar in size, shape, and around the outside of the sanitary napkin area, the absorbent area, where the bottom and the top connect, there are similar lines.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
What do you say, Brad?
I can't tell you that.
What's the difference between a sanitary pad made from one brand and made from another?
I wouldn't know.
You talk about those lines. Are those lines on a specific type of brand?
All I know is that when I looked at them, they had similar lines, but I don't know what brands, what product it came from, like what line, I'm not sure.
And to remind us, so the sanitary pad that was collected outside the dumpster was collected in evidence, obviously,
Yes,
but was it sent to the TBI?
it was not.
So it wasn't tested.
It was not.
So you can't conclusively say whether or not that the sanitary pad found by the dumpster was Jasmine Pace's?
No.
Thank you.
You redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Sure you have any questions for Ms. Stewart this time? Thank you, Stewart. No worries, you got to. It's about the same. About the same.
Yeah, a little long.
All right, we'll take a break. 15 minutes. Be back at 5:30. There was a few other jury questions that they had that I missed, so just retake the stand. We'll ask them.
Your Honor, may we have this set back up?
Yes, absolutely. Clerk, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring Mr. Chen, please. Yes, Judge.
I kind of thought that might be the reason for the color.
Chen, courtroom, reading the jury with the record. Yes, sir.
We got this.
All right, please be seated. Felix, could you re-swear Dr. Cockrell, please?
Solemnly swear from the front, solemnly swear from the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Jurors, in my attempts to keep your questions organized in the piles to ask, piles to not ask, I got some in the wrong pile. I just noticed that. So there are a few other questions that you asked that we've talked about, and we're going to ask Dr. Cockrell. So again, Dr. Cockrell, I'll ask the question, but if you could face the jury and answer me, please.
Yes, sir.
Would the substance that made the HPLC test negative interfered with affect the result of the ELISA test, specifically in regards to cannabinoids?
No, it wouldn't. These are, again, two separate tests, and they don't interact with each other. And the reason multiple separate tests are used in toxicology labs is that some substances are more easily identified by one methodology and others by different methodologies. And ultimately, anything that's identified is going to have to be confirmed and quantitated by yet another methodology. So they have multiple tools in their toolbox, and so whatever would interfere with the HPLC is not going to have any bearing on the ELISA.
Do you think the wounds on Jasmine Pace's left hand were inflicted ante or peri-mortem?
We have some wounds that are more peri-mortem and some that have more hemorrhage in them. And you've seen those photographs, particularly the one that actually severs the bone or fractures the bone and goes on to sever the artery. That's going to be a little closer to death, I think, because of the more pale background or cut edge, if you will, that's showing it. Now, there's certainly still some bleeding in that area, so it's not a post-mortem wound, but I think that's going to be closer to peri-mortem. Conversely, stab wounds through the hand, those have a significant amount of hemorrhage associated with them, so they're going to be more ante-mortem. But and we're kind of on that progression of ante to post, and somewhere along in there, all of these wounds are.
Can you identify the bluish bruise on the victim's forehead near her right temple? Would you like to see a picture of it?
I believe that's associated with, it's sort of a blue-green color, if I'm if I'm thinking about that correctly.
Let's get it right. Don't mind.
There's a bit of decomposition there.
That helps. No.
Yes, if we're looking at this area here, we're actually seeing some decompositional change. In other areas that we don't have a photograph of, you'd see that same greenish-blue discoloration in the right lower quadrant of the abdomen. And that is very frequently seen, in fact, almost universally seen, as you're starting to decompose. And the reason for that is that's the closest that your intestines come to the surface of your body. And so we call that green sign. And the right lower quadrant is the first place that we would see green sign in most cases. Anytime that we're going to have decomposition, it's going to be earliest in wounds, because that's where bacteria can get in most easily. And the color will be, to a large degree, dependent on what sort of bacteria is getting in there. Almost universally, it's Staphylococcus species, because that's what we're covered in right now is Staph epidermidis. So all that is just a little bit of decomp.
What is the shaded line that runs the length of the victim's right posterior side, starting near the right scapula and running down the side in this picture?
I think we're talking about this line right here. That is actually, I believe, an autopsy artifact. I think I have already done the evisceration at that point. So the autopsy itself is a Y-shaped incision, and then the skin is reflected back. And that's just basically where the reflection back stopped.
Did you discover any glass particles or determine if any wounds could have occurred from broken glass?
I discovered no glass particles. Any of these wounds that don't have the classic sort of triangular shape with a blunt edge, etc., they potentially, depending on the shape of the glass, they potentially could be inflicted by glass itself. But the majority of these do have a sharp end to each end, or a blunt and a sharp. So there's nothing that I would say, yeah, this is a glass wound, or this wound was inflicted by glass, as opposed to a knife. These are more consistent with knife wounds as opposed to glass wounds.
Was the time of death determined?
It was not. Legally, the time of death is when found. And that's what goes on the death certificate, etc. The farther you get away from the actual death, the more difficult it is to determine time of death, and in some cases even date of death. So legally, the time and the date are when she was found.
Is it your opinion that the victim's hands and feet were pruning due to the moisture in the bags in the suitcase? Was there liquid inside of the bag?
There was virtually no liquid inside the bag except condensation and some blood. So the pruning is going to be basically from the condensation inside the bag with the heating and cooling as she's in different environments or different exposures to outside temperatures while in the bag. The bags themselves, obviously being plastic, are going to be impermeable, and so you're going to easily develop a lot of condensation inside those bags.
Can you redirect based on the jury's questions?
No,
You recross based on the jury's questions?
Just briefly, maybe take that off the screen. Dr. Cogswell, you are a forensic pathologist.
Yes, sir.
You're not a forensic toxicologist.
That is correct.
You collected the blood in this case, or at least someone on your staff did.
No, I did.
and it was put in a glass tube stopper,
That's correct.
and you sent it to NMS?
That's correct.
You don't work for NMS?
I do not, no, sir.
Once you send off the blood, you can't guarantee that NMS may have contaminated the blood?
I cannot accept that NMS in any forensic toxicology laboratory that is certified in this country goes through very extensive inspection and review of their policies, procedures, et cetera. Again, with anything that doesn't violate the laws of physics, et cetera. It's not impossible that a specimen is contaminated, but NMS is, to a large degree, the gold standard for toxicology laboratories. They don't just do forensic toxicology, they also do clinical toxicology and clinical laboratory testing. So it's a very large company with very extensive inspection, regulation, et cetera. So the likelihood of any contamination is vanishingly remote, and it's as low as you can get in the real world.
But not impossible.
Nothing's impossible.
Well, it's not impossible that NMS may have made a mistake, right?
That is certainly possible.
And you talked about the certifications, but you don't personally know if the machines that were used to run the blood were properly calibrated?
Actually, I do, because that is part of their inspection protocols and part of the standards. Toxicology is a very rigidly controlled type of operation. And these laboratories, not just forensic toxicology, but also hospital laboratories and clinical laboratories, have multiple different agencies that are looking at what they do, how they do it, and inspecting them frequently to ensure that there is not this this potential for mislabeling, making an error, making calibrations. The instruments themselves have a required set of calibrations that are done before every run of specimens. They don't take Jasmine Pace's specimen and run it separately from everything else. They batch these. They get 100 or so specimens, and they run controls and standards. And the controls and standards before each run of actual toxicology specimen is set up to determine lower limit, upper limit, and where they are on these curves. And these curves are plotted for basically to ensure that the number that they're publishing, that they're reporting, is actually accurate. So is it possible that they made a mistake? Sure. It's completely possible. Is it likely? Absolutely not.
Do you remember a few years ago, there was the gray test tube stoppers that had the preservative in the bottom, but it didn't have enough of I don't remember the chemical name, but it didn't have enough of one of the chemicals in there, so that caused blood to not be able to be preserved. Do you recall that a couple of years ago?
I don't, actually.
You don't remember the TBI having an issue with that?
Oh, we don't send our cases to TBI, so that would not be something that I would be aware of.
Why don't you send your cases to TBI?
In order for us to maintain name accreditation, that is the National Association of Medical Examiners, all Tennessee forensic centers have to be accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners. In order for us to maintain that accreditation, we have a certain time limit in which to sign out our cases. We can't let them drag on forever unless there's a very good reason for it. Because TBI's toxicology laboratory is, quite frankly, overworked, they cannot turn around the toxicology results in a timely manner in order for us to keep our accreditation. Because of that, we have to send the toxicology specimens out to a laboratory like NMS. And that typically will allow us to get the toxicology results back in time to meet the deadline for getting these cases signed out. So this has been an ongoing problem for the last decade or two. So if the issue with the gray top tubes occurred within the last decade, that would be something, a TBI issue, and we wouldn't have been involved in that at all.
Just one moment.
Sir.
Thank you again, Dr. Johnson.
No, Your Honor. Do you have any further questions for Dr. Cogswell? All right, thank you, Dr. Cogswell. Get the door running.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And my apologies for the,
Thanks.
pardon?
Kim Lowe, Your Honor.
Low.
Good evening, ma'am. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Special Agent Forensic Scientist Kim Lowe.
Ma'am, you mentioned that your name involves a title of Special Agent Forensic Scientist. Could you please explain that to the jury? What is a forensic scientist, special agent?
I work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the Knoxville Crime Laboratory doing forensic DNA analysis. So as a forensic scientist, I look at the evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and then obtain a profile and compare it to a known standard.
How long have you been doing that, ma'am?
20 years now.
20. What's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Biology from Gettysburg College in Pennsylvania, a Master of Arts in Anthropology from the University of Albany in New York, and then I've had a year and a half of in-house training working cases into each stage of our analysis.
Do you have any experience working in the field beyond the 20 years of experience with the TBI?
I have worked as a forensic technician within TBI as well.
So is that part of the 20 years or in addition to?
That's part of the 20.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert?
Yes, I have.
In what field?
In forensic biology or serology DNA.
Do you have any specialized training in the field of forensic science?
Not specifically in forensic science.
What is DNA, ma'am?
DNA is a unique chemical in our bodies that is unique to each individual, except for identical.
Have you ever authored any papers for public or private circulation?
I have done one.
What field is that in?
It's in anthropology.
Anthropology. How many papers have you authored? Just the one?
Just the one in anthropology.
All right. Is the entirety of your work devoted to the field of serology at this point in time?
Serology or DNA analysis.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Be about 46 times.
In what courts have you testified, ma'am?
I have testified in this one, Knox County, Washington County, Sullivan County, Carter County, Greene County, everything in like eastern Tennessee.
And in what field have you testified as an expert?
Serology, DNA analysis, or forensic biology.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Special Agent Lowe as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
And on serology
cancerology. Yes, Judge.
Yeah. But wouldn't you recommend that go with forensic biology, forensic serology, and DNA analysis?
Ma'am, I'd like to ask you, if I could, about the case involving Miss Jasmine Pace. Have you been submitted items of evidence for forensic analysis?
Yes, I have.
I'm actually going to go in reverse order here. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 209. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, I do. It's a copy of the report I released December 6, 2024.
And generally, what does the report cover? What topics?
This report covers the no analysis of all the evidence that I did not test. It's part of our policy to let the customer know what we did not test.
Now, ma'am, what kind of caseload does the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation have in the forensic biology department that you work in?
We get about 40 to 50 cases a month.
40 to 50? And of those 40 to 50 cases, how many items of evidence typically get submitted along with those 40 to 50 cases?
It depends. We get a variety of different types of evidence. So we get some homicides, we get burglaries, we get sexual assault kits, and each of them differ in range for what we receive for each case.
Does that generate a lot of work?
Yes, it does.
Are y'all able to keep up?
Not at the moment.
How long does it take for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to, test hypothetically speaking, a DNA sample along with some known standards?
As in,
If I were to submit a sample today, how long would it take for it to work its way through the system?
to work its way through the system and then get the case reviewed and analyzed, probably about 6 weeks.
6 weeks. Back in 2022, was that the case?
No, it was not.
Okay. What's the difference between now and back in November of 2022?
I think I misunderstood your question. So technically, if you were to submit a case now and you wanted it in the front of the line, it would be about 6 weeks. We still have about a 6-month backlog for violent cases. So for homicides and assaults and so forth, there's still about a 6-month backlog. The sexual assault kits have a lower backlog at the moment.
Okay. So if this case were a homicide, it would still take at least 6 months to get items back?
That is correct.
And that's, is it better now than it was in 2022?
I don't remember what it was in 2022. I'm sorry.
Are there any policies put in place by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that limits the number of items that can be submitted on a particular case number?
Not necessarily submitted, but items worked.
Items worked, okay. And what is that number, ma'am?
Again, it's different per actual type of case. On a homicide, it's up to 10 probative items. On a sexual assault kit, it's probably the kit. Additional items after that are on a case-by-case basis. A burglary is like 2 items. It really depends on what type of case it is.
The report that's sitting in front of you that's labeled 209, is this something that's generated in the regular course of business of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, it is.
And is it a report that you yourself generated on or about the 12th day of December 2020?
The 6th day is the
6th day, I'm sorry, 6th day of December 2024.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit the evidence 209.
You judge.
And,
So moved.
may I publish, Your Honor? Yes, sir. Thank you. May I have DVD, Judge? Yes, sir. Ma'am, behind you, I projected up onto the screen a document. Is this the report that's admitted into evidence as 209?
Yes, it is.
Okay. There's a lab case number on it as well as 2 names. What are the names associated with this case?
The listed subject is Chen, and the victim is Jasmine Pace.
And in this case, on the left-hand side, there's a series of exhibits, 001E through 001S, with descriptions next to it. What's the significance of exhibit 001A through 001S?
1A through S.
Is that E? I'm sorry, 001E.
These are items that were submitted on the first submission on November 30th, 2022. They came in with other items of evidence. And this is just letting the customer know that I did not work these items of evidence.
Okay, so on November the 30th, 2022, the TBI received the items that we could see on the screen, and the TBI did not work them because they worked other items?
I worked other items, yes.
So there's been some questions throughout the trial about various items of evidence. I'm now showing you what's been admitted as 154. If that picture shows sweatpants from a washer, that item was not tested but submitted.
It was submitted but not tested.
Okay. And swabs from bedroom molding, 149-2. Again, what was the status of those items?
Those items were not worked.
Okay. 149-1, swabs from light switch, north wall.
The
Same.
item, yes, the item was not worked.
149-12, swabs from bathroom door molding. 149-5, swab from baseboard, north wall. 149-9, swab from bathroom door below lock. 149-11, swab from bathroom door edge. 150-7, swab from bathroom light switch. 001N, swab from doorway, shown in 149-6. Evidence marker 5, collected exhibit 146-2, swab from grout line. Swabs from the living room, shown in 144-3. Swabs from the kitchen floor east of laundry room, 144-8, as well as 150-4, a swab from the stairwell. So all of those items were submitted by the Chattanooga Police Department, but because other items were analyzed, these could not.
I did not analyze these because I did analyze other items from the same area.
With the 10 item limit.
Within the 10 item limit.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as 210. It is a multi-page document consisting of 2 pages. Would you mind familiarizing yourself with that?
This is the first report I released on December 2nd, 2022.
Thank you, ma'am. And what does it record?
It's recording the remaining of the items that were received with the other set that was on the last report.
Was an analysis performed on the items shown and reflected on this particular exhibit?
On exhibits 1A through changes. On those above exhibits, it does gives the results of those.
Okay. It does it fairly and accurately depict the results of your examination of various items of submitted evidence.
Yes, it does.
Is it something that's prepared in the regular course of business for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 210.
So admitted.
Published.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, your report consists of 2 pages, and I'm going to break it down here. Up at the top, there is a list of items that you describe as exhibits: 001A, B, C, D, F, P, and T. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Ma'am, I'm going to hand you a collection of evidence, and if you could please tell me if this is one of the items that you were submitted in this particular case. First one, which is admitted into evidence as exhibits 162, pupil swabs from Jason Chen.
So yes, it has the lab number, the exhibit number, and my initials. And for me, it's 001T, which is known buccal swabs from Jason Chen.
Okay. Exhibit 194 to the trial.
194 for me is, again, the lab number, my exhibit number, so 001C, known buccal swabs from Travis Pace.
193.
Is my 001B, known vehicle swaps from Katrina Pace.
Exhibit 196,
Is exhibit 001B, toothbrush from bag and pool house,
and exhibit 195, last but not least.
which is 001A, which is the toothbrush from the pool house.
What's a known standard?
So known standard is something that is swapped from your mouth, and it's something that is known to you, and actually it will give me a DNA profile to compare back to later.
So, what kinds of things can be known standards?
So buccal swabs and mostly blood are actual known standards.
In the event that you don't have access to either a buccal swab or actual blood, can other items be used as known standards?
We can go ahead and use something that is routinely known to be used by that individual, so toothbrushes, hairbrushes, combs, brush, and that type of thing.
And specifically, ma'am, exhibit 195, the toothbrush from the shower. Did you analyze that item to develop a genetic profile?
Yes, I did.
How do you do that?
So on this one, so in this area, I actually use a swab, and I actually swab the bristles of the brush, and then I cut that swab and run through the DNA process.
How do you go through the DNA process?
So the DNA process involves extraction, which I'm going to bust off all the cells that are on that sample. I then quant it to know how much DNA I have. We're looking for 24 different locations on the DNA, and that allows me to amplify to get the appropriate number of DNA to give me the DNA profile.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And you indicate that, did you assign a name to the DNA profile that you developed in this case from that toothbrush?
From 001A, it was the major contributor is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 1.
Now, I'm sorry, there's two toothbrushes here. Which profile did you develop for the toothbrush from the shower?
Is unknown female individual number 1.
And what about the toothbrush from the pool house bag?
That is an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2.
Okay, all right. So you assigned, why do you call them unknown female?
Because it's not a known standard, I'm listing it as an unknown individual at the time being until we can later get a standard to compare it to see which one it matches.
Okay. Turning now, ma'am, to these particular parts right here. Carpet from west of bedroom, and you then analyzed it down here under the heading of 001F. I will blow it up for the jury. Okay. So when you received items for comparison purposes, what does that mean?
So I receive an evidence item, I go ahead and look at, it's just an item that is finding out whether or not there's any DNA on it, and whether there's serology, so blood, semen, or saliva, and then seeing who that, getting a DNA profile from that to see and compare it back to somebody else.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 142. Take a look at that.
It's my 001F, which is carpet from the west of bed in bedroom.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, was that DNA profile developed from blood on that particular item that you were submitting?
So the testing I did, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2, which is the toothbrush from the bag in the wheelhouse.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 143. I'm sorry, 147.3. If you wouldn't mind
got gloves over there. Does that appear to be the same stain pattern that we see in Exhibit 147-3?
It's similar, but I also have my lab number with the exhibit number on the back, so it's identified.
So item number 9 is the item that you tested, which showed the presence of blood and a genetic profile.
That is correct.
Did you receive another item of carpet that you analyzed as part of this initial batch?
Yes, I did.
Maybe it's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 141. Would you mind opening that up? Would you like for me to open it? Were you able to develop a genetic profile from this sample? Ma'am, I'm now showing you your analysis for 001P, carpet from bedroom-bathroom transition. Was there blood on this item?
Again, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood.
And what genetic profile was developed from the blood on that piece of carpet?
The DNA profile obtained is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2, the toothbrush from the bag in the toolbox.
Is that the same individual whose DNA was found on Exhibit 9, or Item 9?
Yes, it is.
Ma'am, if the testimony was that that sample of carpet came from the area shown in 146-3, your testing would indicate that the blood on that was unknown female too.
That is correct.
At a later time, ma'am, where you submitted additional items for testing and comparison, specifically July the 11th of 2023.
Yes, they were submitted on July 11th.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 211, pages 1 to 3. Should you familiarize yourself with that?
This is a report, a copy of the report I released on January 25th, 2024.
Thank you. Again, this is fairly inaccurately depict your findings and conclusions based upon your analysis of the items submitted.
It does.
Is this a document that's kept in the regular course of business of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory?
Yes, it is.
Sir, I move to admit into evidence Exhibit 211. So, thank you. Ma'am, on this second batch of evidence, were you submitted additional known standards of any individuals?
Yes, I received a known blood standard from Jasmine Pace.
I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 174. Have you seen this item before?
Yes, it's got my lab number on it with the exhibit number and my initials as 2A, which is the known blood standard from Jasmine Pace.
Were you able to conduct an analysis of Ms. Pace's known standard blood spot card?
Yes, I was able to get a complete profile.
Thank you. Were you also submitted additional items for comparison to known standards?
Yes, I was.
I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence. It's Exhibit 187, a swab from the whole area of bag 1 being a garbage bag. Did you receive that?
Yes, it's my exhibit 002D, which is swabs from pulled areas of bag number 1.
Were you able to receive for analysis this item, Exhibit 191, which is described as swab from pair of handcuffs?
It's my exhibit 2C, so swabs from handcuffs.
How about Exhibit 190, swabs from pair of shackles?
So yes, exhibit 2B, swabs from shackles.
How about Exhibit 180, a swab from steering wheel?
Has my lab number exhibit number 002H, swabs from steering wheel of Chevy Equinox.
Thank you. And what about Exhibit 189, swab from pulled area of garbage bag 3?
Has my exhibit number 002F, so swabs from pulled areas of bag number 3.
What about 188, swab from pulled area of garbage bag 2?
So my exhibit 002E, which is swabs from pulled areas of bag number 2.
What about Exhibit 159, swabs from bedroom under carpet on subfloor?
002J, swabs from bedroom under carpet. And I've listed it as item 196.
And what about Exhibit 160, swab from bedroom under carpet on subfloor?
002I, swabs from bedroom under carpet for item number 197.
And finally, ma'am, what about Exhibit 186, swab from pole handle of suitcase?
So my 002G, swabs from suitcase handle.
You received all of those items for testing, analysis, and comparison.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd now like to run through them with you, if I could. Ma'am, you describe a complete DNA profile was obtained for comparison. Once you developed the profile from 002A, which was the blood spot card of Jasmine Pace, what did you do with it?
I then used it to compare back to the 2 unknown profiles that I had from the previous report.
How do you
And then anything else that I obtained from this current.
Okay. So how do you conduct a comparison between genetic, profiles that you have developed?
So I have a developed profile of an unknown female from the first one that shows 24 different locations. And I've obtained a profile from this one that also shows 24 different locations. And so when I look at them together, they should match at every single spot. And so that's how I compare them to.
And down in your findings of examination, ma'am, you indicate that in 002, you tested 002B, and it was a indicative of blood. What was item 002B?
We're swapped with the shackles.
So there's blood on the shackles. what does it mean when you put down DNA profile obtained is a mixture of at least 2 individuals?
So the DNA profile obtained from that swab shows that there's at least 2 people present in the profile. So you, in a general profile, you end up getting 1 sample at the 1 location. You get 1 from mom and 1 from dad. So you're going to see 2 spots, 2 spots or 1 spot, depending on what you get from mom and dad. In this case, there's a mixture, so it's showing at least 3 or 4 locations at 1 location. So I know that there's more than 2 people present in that one location.
So what's a major contributor and what's a minor contributor?
So a major contributor is someone who's going to be contributing more of the DNA, so they're stronger, and the minor contributor is a weaker component and contributing less.
So could you compare DNA analysis to kind of listening for the strongest signal, if you will? So you have 2 DNA profiles, correct, on a particular item. The one with more DNA is going to have a stronger presence as far as your instrumentation can detect.
Yes, it's going to be showing a higher peak presence than it would be for the smaller one.
And the higher peak presence kind of overpowers the smaller sample. Would that be fair?
It depends on what type of sample it is, on what you're looking for. So bodily fluids will overpower like touch samples.
So blood on, for instance, the shackles would overpower touch DNA from the person who may have placed them there.
It's a possibility, yes.
So what do you mean when you say that a person is excluded as a contributor of the major profile?
It means that person is not there. They are not matching at any of the locations.
Okay. Could they be a contributor of genetic material that is a minor profile?
If I have said the minor contributor profile is available for comparison, then I can look at it, but if it's inconclusive, I can't compare it to it.
And in this case, were you ever able to develop a minor contributor profile?
I was not.
Moving on to 002C. In 002C, which is described as swabs from handcuffs, what did your testing reveal?
Presumptive testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing for the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood, was not performed at this time. The DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. And then the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
Can you explain that last sentence for us?
The last sentence is the stat statement with it, so it essentially choosing somebody else in the room, would that person actually match that profile? And in this case, it is not. It's greater than the world population, which is at current 8 million people.
And why is that important in DNA analysis and comparison?
It's giving weight to the statement that it matches a certain person.
So in essence, for it not to be a match for Jasmine Pace, it would have to be an astronomically high number.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to 002D, which is described in your report as swabs from the garbage bag. Your testing indicated the presence of blood, and whose profile was developed on the garbage bag swab 002D.
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. Therefore, Exhibit 1T, Jason Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to this DNA profile is 1 in a number greater for the current world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
Saying that there's a high confidence level in Jasmine Pace's DNA being on the garbage bag that contained her.
On those swabs, correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to 002E, swab from hold area of bag 2. Did your testing again indicate the presence of blood?
It presumptively indicated the presence of blood.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from the garbage bag number 2, the middle garbage bag?
Yes, I was.
And whose DNA is that?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. Therefore, Exhibit 1T, Jasmine Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 previous populations.
Okay, you're saying you're highly confident that Jasmine Pace's blood was on the garbage bag that contained her.
That is correct.
002F, which is described as swab from hold area of bag 3, the innermost bag. Ma'am, what did your testing indicate?
Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. Therefore, Exhibit 1T, Jason Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual to be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 populations.
Again, high probability that Jasmine Pace's DNA was on the garbage bag which contained her.
That is correct.
Moving on to 002G, which is the swab from suitcase handle. Could you please tell us what your findings were and conclusion as it related to your analysis of the swabs from this handle?
So testing with real-time PCR was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA to the result not meeting the detection threshold. So in this instance, we're at the quantification stage and it's trying to let me know how much DNA is present. And it's saying that there's not enough to even say that there's human DNA presence. It's inconclusive, so I didn't do any further testing.
Bottom line, there's just not enough there for you to be able to conduct an analysis to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Correct.
Not for lack of trying, though.
Yeah, I extracted it.
Thank you. How about 002H, swab from steering wheel?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture from at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, this profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes. So I was able to obtain a profile on this that is a mixture, but because it was so limited and a mixture, I wasn't able to actually take anybody out of there to say who was present.
So you couldn't parse out the 2 DNA samples that were contained on the steering wheel swab?
That's correct.
There's just too much interference from both of the profiles?
That or there's not enough DNA present to see, and it's both in one.
Okay, thank you. Is that common to happen with touch DNA, ma'am?
It's not unheard of.
Okay, thank you. And finally, ma'am, there's 3 items, 002I, J, and 003A. And 002I are swabs from under carpet, which is item 197. So it's a CPD item 197. 002J, again, are swabs from under the carpet. And a backer board, cement backer board. Were you submitted those items for testing?
Yes, I was.
Did you perform an analysis on it?
I did not.
Why did you not perform an analysis on those 3 items?
So I had already worked the 2 carpet samples from the bedroom.
And we'll get to that in just a moment.
Oh.
But you worked the analysis from the 2 carpet samples that we have right here. Okay. I'm sorry. Continue without saying what the results were.
And then therefore I made a connection there, but I didn't need. So therefore I didn't need to go ahead and work more evidence from that same interview.
Now let's talk about these 2 carpet samples. Okay. Going to the first page of your report. I'm going to zoom in. Right here. After you received Jasmine Pace's known blood standard, did you go back and conduct an analysis and compare it to the genetic profiles that you developed from these two pieces of carpet?
I did.
And what was the results of that examination?
So the carpet from the west end of the bedroom, which is my 001F, the DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who will be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in the number greater of the current world population for those 3 population groups.
So would it be fair to say that your analysis of 001P, the transition from the carpet that we see here, okay, and in the crime scene photograph 01463, is no longer unknown female 2, we can say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that this is Jasmine Pace's blood?
Yes.
Turning now to the other sample of carpet, Exhibit 142, carpet from west of bed and bedroom. Did you go back and compare the genetic profile that you developed on this previously with the known standard from Jasmine Pace?
I did, but I have to clarify something. I just read 001F the previous time.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So 142,
I read just now.
okay,
When
you
you
read
were
just
comparing
now. It's Jasmine Pace's DNA?
Yes, it is.
And what about on the transition piece?
The transition piece, the DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. The
So-
DNA
I'm sorry,
The
continue.
probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual to be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 population groups.
So there's a high degree of certainty that that's Jasmine Pace's blood
Correct.
on both samples.
That is correct.
No further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Special Agent Lou. My name's Amanda Morrison. One of the things that I wanted to go through with you is the policy related to the tenderness. Could you tell the jury about that?
The policy I've really done testing.
Yes.
It's to, for homicide testing, it's up to 10 probative items to be able to work to make a connection.
Okay, and so is that an actual policy within your manual at the TC Bureau of Investigations?
It may be a memo that is in policy.
Is there a way around that policy?
If you have that, if there's a reason, you gotta have a good reason on why things want to be worth more than that.
Okay, and how, if there is a reason, can the policy be changed a little? Can more than 10 items be tested?
Yes.
Has that happened?
In other cases, yes.
Was there a request for additional items to be tested in this case?
I don't believe so, no.
Going through your Honor, may I have the log hand here? I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 210 behind you here. Is it fair to say that the number of items that were submitted to you, I'm sorry, this is not very bright, let me brighten it up here. Try.
Is the lamp on?
That would help. Thank you. Does that make it easier to see behind you? No. Okay. How many items were submitted to you in that? 7?
In this exhibit, on 12/2, there were actually more than these that were submitted. The remainder were submitted that were on the other report.
Okay, so on this report, though, this shows the items that have actually had testing conducted on them, correct?
That is correct.
So 7 items within this list.
It does not include standards.
Okay. And so the standards would include Travis Pace, Katrina Pace, and Jason Chen.
Correct.
So-
So that include those 3.
Okay. And then you issued this first report that was shown by General Moyle, marked as Exhibit 209. This report was not issued until December 6th of 2024.
Yes.
Okay. What was the delay in issuing the report that there would not be testing completed on these items?
So when I originally received the case to work, I thought I would go back and work other ones until the other items came out. And our policy does state that we had to let the customer know what we did not work. And so I had to write the report up and release it to let them know what I didn't work.
Okay, in one of your reports specifically, I'll go back to a different report, 211 is the exhibit number here. This report was issued January, which was approximately 11 months previously.
Mm-hmm.
And you actually listed in here that you weren't going to be doing examinations on certain items at the end of this report, correct?
Correct, on the items that were submitted on this, in this submission.
Okay, and these items were submitted, and I'll show you the dates, November 30th of 2022, correct?
Right.
Okay. And the items that were not tested in Exhibit 209 were also submitted to you November 30th of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. What was the basis, again, for not submitting your report of the additional non-tests until 11 months later?
So at the time, I was going to work more, and then when I got this, I worked the second set first. I worked the second set, and then did not end up working more evidence. And then prior to court, I noticed that I hadn't written up the previous no exam report.
And you mean private, or just prior to this trial starting, correct? Within the last 45 days?
No, in December.
Okay.
I noticed it when I got a subpoena.
It's January of 2025 now, correct?
That's right.
And you issued this last report in December of 2024, so
That's
just
correct.
about 45 days ago, correct?
About how long?
45 days ago, December 6th, we're down to the 16th.
Yeah.
There was questions posed to you by General Moyle about the contributors that were seen in your reports, Exhibit 211, which is your report that was issued on January 25th of 2024. The major contributors is listed as Jasmine Pace, correct? And I'll break this down. 00001F, that was specific to Jasmine Pace's DNA profile that you received, correct?
The 001F is from the carpet,
Okay.
and so I was comparing it back.
And so you went back and you were able to see, was she the contributor for the carpet?
She was the only contributor to the carpet, yes.
And you're talking about the 2 small pieces that were submitted by CPD, which are Exhibits 142 as well as Exhibit 141, correct?
Correct.
Now, there was a second walkthrough by CPD in January of 2023 where they recovered this large piece of carpet. You received swabs of that carpet, correct?
I received swabs from a carpet, I didn't know it was that carpet.
Did you have conversations with Investigator Crawford about a significance of having the second set of carpet tested?
I did not.
But he and the state received notice that you had not tested this carpet in January of 2024, correct?
For that one, correct.
And that's Exhibit 211, right? And you've swabs 00, or the swabs from under the carpet, which is item 197, is Exhibit 0002I, and 0002J is for the bedroom under the carpet, the swab from the bedroom under the carpet, correct?
That's correct.
And if we go to page 3 of your report, that's where it shows 002I and 002J, no examinations were performed.
That's correct.
Could this have been requested under your memo to have been tested anyway?
It can be requested, it has to be passed by the supervisor and the manager to agree to go ahead and work for it.
Now, these 3 reports, does that encompass all of the exhibits or evidence that has been submitted to you by CPD?
Yes, it does.
So if there's van tennis shoes, sanitary pads, blue jeans that are not on these reports, you didn't receive them, correct?
That is correct.
So is it your testimony you didn't receive a request to test blue jeans that had suspected blood on them?
I did not receive any clothing.
No clothing at all?
There were sweatpants from
Okay.
the house.
In the laundry room, correct? And that's actually listed on Exhibit 209 as your first listed exhibit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No testing done on those then?
Correct.
You were not requested to do testing of, I know it's technically a piece of clothing, but tennis shoes located outside of a dumpster, correct?
I did not receive tennis shoes.
Did you receive a request to test a sanitary pad?
No, I did not.
In the items that you have on your reports, you have notes that says Jason Chen is excluded. And I'll show you this as a contributor to a profile. For example, under 002B, and let me start over. Page, this is Exhibit 211. This is your report that's issued January 25th, 2024. And I'm on page 2 of 3 of that report. Halfway down the page, we'll start at the quarter. 002B, there's a paragraph that says Jason Chen is excluded as a contributor to the major profile. What does that mean?
It means that his DNA profile does not match who the major contributor is in that mixture.
And you had a contribution from him through the buccal swabs, correct?
Correct.
Was he a major contributor in any of the testing that you've done?
That was the only one I actually got a mixture on that I was able to say anything about, so no, he was not.
Now I'm going to direct you down to 002D. His name's at least mentioned here as well, but it again says he's excluded as a contributor to that profile as well, correct?
That is correct.
002E, second paragraph within that section, Jason Chen is excluded as a contributor.
Correct.
Ms. Lowe, I believe that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Ma'am, based on the questions, you were asked how many submissions there were.
Yes.
And I think council said, oh, all these items were submitted on November the 30th, 2022. Do you recall questioning to that?
Yes,
And an assertion of fact that everything was submitted on November the 30th of 2022?
there was a batch on November 30th, there was a second batch.
Oh. So in fact, there were multiple requests to test items submitted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It wasn't just one request, was it?
No, there were two.
The Chattanooga Police Department sent 2 batches of evidence for analysis,
They did.
of which only some of the items on these 2 reports were tested
That is correct.
within the 10-item limit.
Correct.
In fact, ma'am, more items for comparison were not tested despite being submitted.
That is correct.
You would agree that every piece of evidence has potential DNA evidence on it, correct?
And has some form of DNA evidence on it.
Sure. You see this giant pile of brown paper bags here?
I do.
What if every single item was submitted to DPI Crime Lab on every single case?
I may still be working it.
Would you ever be able to complete anything?
It would be very limited resources to complete everything.
The decision to conduct further testing of swabs that came from under this sample of carpet, was that in no small part based on the fact that Miss Jasmine Pace's blood was found mere inches from a very large, and I know you haven't had the opportunity to see this, Special Agent, so I'll help you out. Assuming these 2 pieces of carpet are connected to each other, does it not stand to reason that the swabs that came from under this very large stain adjacent to the piece of carpet that you matched the genetic profile to Miss Jasmine Pace, that they're one and the same?
If it's from the same one, I can't tell you what DNA was left behind in that one spot because it's not the spot I tested.
Sure. But does it stand to reason that it's likely the
It's a
same?
possibility.
Nothing further.
Very, very quick. Just to clarify, you received a swab of this carpet and the padding, but you were not able to conduct testing, or you did not conduct testing, correct?
I received swabs from the floor, I think, from under the carpet.
Okay.
So I did not test those swabs.
Okay, and you have not been submitted any piece of this carpet, correct?
No, I did not.
So you can't say that those swabs would have given DNA for Jasmine Pace, correct?
I don't know. I did not test those swabs.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Jury, do you have any questions for Agent Lowe? Although the jury has a question, so I'm going to ask it, we can face them and answer it. Who decides which pieces of evidence are actually tested by the CPS?
So the analyst does. I do. I ended up looking at what was there, and noticing that most of the swabs originally came from the bedroom or the bathroom. So I tested the items of evidence that were closest to the bedroom and the bathroom to start with.
Can you redirect based on the jury's question?
No, Your Honor.
Can you recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Agent Lowe. Safe travels back. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony you're going to hear today. We'll talk talked briefly about this earlier. I'm going to ask you tomorrow morning. I did get your note about not working on Sunday. We're definitely going to work Saturday. Monday is a federal holiday. If any one of you wants to take it off, not work on MLK Day, I understand. You're the one that's going to answer the question whether we work on Monday or not. All of you are willing to work on Monday, we will be too. Any one of you doesn't want to, we won't, and we'll work Saturday, take off Sunday and Monday, and come back Tuesday. Just talk about it amongst yourselves, and I'll ask you tomorrow morning. And that helps us know early so that the sheriff's department can schedule deputies early. Once again, before we leave, I must remind you of the admonition not to talk about this case among yourselves or exposed to the media. With that, I will see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, please do. Tomorrow is arraignment day. We have a lot on. It starts the jury trial at 10 tomorrow. We get as much stuff done from a regular docket as we can. As you know, there's a lot happening on arraignment day, but we will stop at 10 for this jury trial. Y'all further juries preferences to work on Saturday and take off Sunday. Is there anything about Monday that would conflict with anything that the state or the defense wants? Okay. So I'll just keep in communication on this, and we'll proceed. Try to see you tomorrow at 10.
I'm just trying to prepare. If the state's going to close, I want to have, if we're going to put out witnesses, have it ready. So
Sorry, what?
I'm just trying to prepare for tomorrow. So if the state intends to close tomorrow, I don't want there to be, I'm going to attempt to not be a large gap of time between the state closes and when state or defense group opens.
The indication I got is they are likely going to close tomorrow, whether that's morning or afternoon, I don't know. Just get with them and we'll take up the motions we need to take up after they close. And if you want to put on any proof at that time, we can get into it tomorrow too. Sure. All right, thanks. Court's adjourned until 9 a.m. This trial is adjourned until 10.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united. shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free.